evening, ignoring Super Bowl people. So I think for the most part, it's just going to be me for now. I think Paul's going to be joining in a little bit after he has his dinner, but nonetheless, we're going to have the ultimate experiment. I think we're going to have a little bit of fun and see if anyone basically is either ignoring the Super Bowl or has just gotten tired of watching any of the coverage for it. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up playing out. So we'll start off the live. I think I'll start off by trolling eBay a little bit. Looks like we're all in the kickoff show time, so really nothing's going on anyway. So right now, 0-0 in the first quarter. Still haven't gotten going. We got a piano? Jeez. I understand it's a Super Bowl, but the pomp and circumstance does get to be a bit much. It does get a little bit old just to see the same old stuff. But anyway, whatever. So if anybody is in the chat and you want to kind of chime in and chat about different things, we're going to be able to do that. Mostly it's just going to be hanging out and BSing a little bit. Once Paul does have his dinner, he'll join in a little bit, and I did send out a link to a few of the others. Any of the regulars who do want to pop in and hang out, you're more than welcome to it. I can always send you a link, but I'll send it directly to you. Instagram, Discord, all the rest of that stuff's open, so I can always do it that way. So if you are out there, I am curious in terms of your Super Bowl Sunday plans. Are you one of those people who says they're ignoring the game? And if so, what else are you doing? I'm going to be trolling around eBay a little bit. I usually stare at multiple screens either way, so it works out for me. But we're going to see how things go. I think it's kind of interesting because the Super Bowl is one of those events that basically a lot of people end up going to Super Bowl parties or the bar or whatever. Although I think in Buffalo, I think they actually did an anti-Super Bowl party where they're basically intentionally not watching the game, which is hilarious. They're in the bar, not watching the game, showing like Bills highlights, which I thought was working. I was like, all right, I like it. I like it. Let's see here. Will says, working, watching the game while I work. You work? That's my takeaway from this. Let's talk some politics. Absolutely. Your politics suck. I don't even know what they are. They just suck. There you go. Politics covered. That is always my answer. It always works. I think it was funny though that Fanatics actually got, I think Fanatics got the memo. I was looking just to see, I was curious, like on Super Bowl Sunday, would you list anything interesting? Not really. I did highlight one thing though. I was curious. I was like, all right, let me see. Maybe I'll make a bid on something during Super Bowl Sunday. We'll see if I end up winning it. Although they do finish, it doesn't go into extended time until basically after the game. So I don't know, maybe some people will get a chance to get a deal. If people aren't paying attention, they might sleep on something kind of sneaking by. But it looked like there wasn't much listed, which probably is wise. I wouldn't list too many things during the game, unless maybe it pertains to football and someone's desperate. Good afternoon, Paul. Yeah, that's the thing on the West Coast. It's like it's only 3:30 in the afternoon, all the way in the West, and like 4:30 in the afternoon, I think, in Alberta. Paul, is that right? It's about 2 hours. And even here it's 6:30. Right now, they're still basically killing time with all the pregame festivities. But anyway, how's your Sunday treating you? How's your weekend treating you? How are things going? Believe it or not, I am actually trolling eBay while I'm doing this because I figured why not. It's probably the best go about. And I usually have the game on mute anyway because I don't really want to listen to commentary. Although it is a good day if you're a football YouTuber, it is the best because you're going to have a bunch of people tuning in. I think it's become a big thing. It's become a huge thing where they'll have the play-by-play and watch-alongs. They become a cottage industry for those guys. They'll make bank on those. Yeah, football comes at a decent time here. Yeah. Well, I think it's like perfect. If you're in the West Coast and the game starts at either 4:30 or 3:30 and then ends at like 7 o'clock, 7:30 or whatever. And then, yeah, you got the rest of the evening. If you just want to hang out, you're good to go, man. What's going on, Paul?
Oh, not much. Just hard week of work, hitting up the trade nights, hitting up card shows. Looking forward to
Well, you
watching.
did all right on that one trade night. I saw you picked up the one Brett. Oh.
Yeah, I figure we got 3.5 or 4 hours here. I might as well recap all my $50 trades. So initially, Ryan from Breakout picked up a Peyton Manning rookie, and it was stickered at 25 or so. Okay. And I knew it was
which Peyton? Which Peyton was it?
The Contenders pennant one.
Okay.
And it was and it was a BGS 9, which there's 8 or 9 corners on there, so that's pretty good.
Sure.
And I picked him up, and we hit the show up, so he gave me that as part of the deal. And I like it and all, but yeah, like I traded it for some Favre.
Now, I did say, so I didn't elaborate on there on the Discord. And by the way, Will here is asking you a question.
That's the wrong team that does the war chant. Sorry.
Yeah, listen, do not discount. Will is a big fan of Lord Mahomo, or so he calls him. At least he acknowledges his lorddom. At least he acknowledges his lorddom. That's important.
Will
he finally got off. He finally got off that fish boy bandwagon, that fish boy train. I was on this early. I tried to warn y'all, and finally, Topps acknowledges there's only one Angels outfielder with a fish last name worth acknowledging, and they finally put him on that dual auto card.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
I'm a big fan of the Tim Salmon. I actually randomly found a Donruss Elite Tim Salmon, what was it, Elite Series, the numbered one, in a garbage bin.
Nice.
So, yeah, big fan of the Tim Salmon. So, but yeah, this is the only one of the 3 or 4 variations that are graded by anybody in any grade. So,
yeah, by the time they got to that Vanguard, from what I recall, was kind of in the middle. The thing is, it was a cool looking card. I like what they did with the foil, but so what I was going to say was that the whole thing with the SGC 10 is that because they use that foil, the thing is prone to chipping. So actually getting a 10 with decent edges and stuff is actually tough to do. It's actually a pretty good grade for that card, to be honest.
I believe I looked at the whole set and I just typed in 2000 Vanguard football, and there were only like 20 sales across the whole football set in the last 3 months. I'm like, all right, so nobody wants to spend any money. I didn't technically spend anything, but this will fit in the Brett Favre collection.
Yeah. Vanguard kind of got lost. By the time Vanguard was coming out and they were doing that set, people kind of forgot about it. If you were into football, like you were hardcore, maybe you opened a couple of boxes, but people didn't really open a ton of it. It wasn't super popular in hockey either, to be honest. It was okay. But nice cards for what they were.
I was just happy that the guy making the trade wasn't like hung up on it, like, oh, it's the only one, and I got to get this and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, listen, I'm interested at this price, at a trade only. Like, if you want any money, like, no. Like, oh, you want to accept a trade? Yeah, sure, fine. Here you go. Congratulations.
Yeah. So. Well, you do. Usually the trade works out pretty well for you. So Will saying here, years ago I had satellite TV as a kid. I had that chip to get the channels for free. Love the old chip. We get sports feed with just sounds of the game, no announcers. It was perfect. So my Carlos Senior, it wasn't a chip. What it was that you could get basically a card, and the card could be programmed to punch in. So we would get the I forget which I don't think it was Dish TV. It was an American satellite. And basically, as long as you pointed it in the right direction of the satellite, you could pretty much get all the channels. But you'd have to refresh the card. You could reprogram it. So my dad actually bought the programmer so we could download the information, the codecs. So my job was to load the card so that when you put it into the satellite thing, it would basically, you unlocked all these channels.
Yes.
Not that I would do such a thing. I'm just saying hypothetically, allegedly. For legal purposes, we would never do such things.
I think the statute of limitations is beyond that. I'm not sure what it is in Canada, but when you become 51, then we can probably let that go.
I already said I'm only willing to be 151. I want to actually break up a whole bunch of things. I've got plans. I got big plans.
You think that Greenland's got like 90 states?
It will after I'm done. It's going to be awesome when we've got 151 governors. That'll be a great conversation.
Who breaks the tie?
I do. I'm the one who came up with 151 states, so I will break all ties. It's going to work out great. You thought you were a tyrant. Y'all don't even know.
But yeah, did you see the Favres from today as well, or no?
I think I saw the one that was like the green. It basically was that one, but because I remember that's a kind of a semi-acetate, kind of a semi-see-through thing. Yeah, a little neon green thing.
So some guy had this at trade night last night.
Yeah.
I offered him basically anything like I had that was in the range for trade, and I specifically offered him an Eli Manning relic. And he said no. I'm like, oh, I just want cash. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. I'm like, I like it. I don't love it. Walk in the show today. He sold everything he had to one of the dealers. As I'm walking through, the dealer goes, yeah, these game used relics, they sell for us pretty good. I look, and this is on the table. And I'm like, and we consummated the trade.
Mm.
So I paid $5 or $6 for the Eli Manning relic. So I'm into this for $6. We will take that.
Yeah. So what are the odds on that particular year and insert?
One per box.
That's
But
not
I
bad.
mean, it was what, 99 Century EX? That was a higher end product. So I mean,
It was pretty decent at the time, yeah.
Yeah, I'm finding that the lower end 90s stuff is really picking up steam. Like 94 finest refractors they're picking back up again because people are realizing basically what they have or what they are.
Mm-hmm.
The other one I found was 1996 SP Hollowviews, the die cut version.
Oh, okay.
This was 1 in 74 packs, and there are 48 on the checklist. So I basically paid 15 for this. There's a comp lower, but some idiot hit. He put it for too low, so it got instantly bought. So always happy to add the one per box, one per case type Brett Favor stuff.
Well, I think the problem that I think we talked about this before. The problem is that a lot of those is like nobody looks up the odds anyway. So it's like if you've got a big checklist and even one in box or one in a couple of boxes, it makes the individual card a little tougher to find. You break it up over the print run, it's like it's basically what the tops guys are complaining about right now, that you've got so many boxes that a lot of the inserts are getting tougher to pull, or a lot of the parallels are getting tougher to pull because you spread it over this gigantic print run. It's what happened with the StarQuest Gold. Oh, they're out of 100. Yes, but there's only so many, and the print run was a crap ton of cases. So you're not even guaranteed one per case. So guess what? It's actually a very tough card to pull relative to that print run. You think 100's a lot? No, it's not. If there's enough cases to hide them.
Or in the case of this, I mean, 96 SP was still $3-4 a pack back in the day, and you're talking, $10 now with inflation and stuff. It's like 1 in 74, 48 on the checklist. You're getting one of the 5 or so players that you want. Okay, we'll take that sort of stuff.
It works. It works.
Yeah. So I was happy to pick that one up, and by the end of it, with the other stuff I found in the box there, I'll probably be into it for less than $15.
Look at you.
I did some prospecting in the value bins.
Just endless fences. I was actually laughing because Bobby went over to there was a card show at a hotel that we actually set up that show a couple of shows ago. Sold some wrestling cards there. But it's gotten very heavy on the Pokemon, which is not surprising. They make a lot of money with that. But it's apparently it's super packed the last couple of shows, to the point the guy expanded the space because of the way the hotel is set up. They can expand the ballroom to make it double the size, which is what he did. But even then, the line was like 100 people deep. And I was like, okay, y'all are crazy.
I have basically, I don't want to say 3 shows that I hit every month, but if it's the middle of winter and you can't really do squat up here, okay, fine. Like, there's no playoff football on a Saturday or early on a Sunday. Like, okay, fine. I will go hit these up, despite the fact that I hit it up last month and probably got everything I wanted. The last one of the 3 shows, the record attendance before this was like 1150, and this month did like 1550. The other show I hit up normally, I didn't, they don't have numbers, but you kind of know. It was packed as ever. And the show I hit up earlier today was probably 20 to 40% more than anything I'd seen at this show before.
Right.
So card shows are healthy.
Oh yeah. It's just wild. Bob Jackson, good evening. Not the Pokemans, I know. Not like the hotel ballroom chandelier class things up. That's right. Well, usually they do like wedding receptions or whatever, but you'll appreciate this one, Paul. I actually, because we were going to set up at that one show, I decided to stay at the hotel so that because I hate mornings. So since we were going to set up early, I just decided to stay at the hotel so I could just come downstairs and I'd be up early and have breakfast and help set everything up. So Bobby showed up, he had his stuff, and we went to have breakfast first, and then we went over and completely filled out the table and everything. It was fine. But the hotel upstairs is very clearly, they haven't tried to renovate it in a very long time, and it's very clear they're like basically half-assing it. And literally, I just looked down the hallway and I'm like, it's the Overlook Hotel. I'm just waiting for the twins to show up. Like, I'm literally looking down the hallway. I'm like, I wonder if Jack Nicholson's going to show up with an axe. That's cool. Goddamn red rum. I knew it.
So speaking of getting hammered, did you see the card I posted there and the story behind it? Also,
let's see here. This was in the football one because there's a couple here. Just looking through. Yeah, I see the images here. So which one of all? I see a couple of group shots.
So this is it's hard to show, but this is a 2005 gold medallion for Mike Williams.
Yep.
He was a Lions first rounder here. I found this in the 10-cent bin. All right, nothing abnormal about that. He busted, not that good of a player. I flipped it over, and I couldn't stop laughing. Somebody put the date that they priced it out and the amount. This is from August of 06, and they put it up for 42. I'm like, so it's not an even, amount. It's not like it's 40 or 45. He specifically marked it off of what it probably sold for on eBay. And I went, yep, I'll pay 10 cents.
It works.
That's just the amount of gambling that's in this that people don't. Or the other one I found after the fact, also, 10-cent bin. This is a 99 Topps Edgerrin James rookie. All right, fine. Dealer in the same handwriting here. Puts it up. Rookie. Puts it up for $8. Okay, fine. He still made the Hall of Fame, and I paid 10 cents, maybe less.
Yep.
So I just had to. Once I saw those, I had a good laugh.
Well, I think you could have a lot of times people. I use an example. So those are obviously ones where you can have a little bit of fun with what it was back in the day. But I had a couple of examples.
Oh, not like Chosen Rosen, right?
Oh, listen, Chosen Rosen is that right there is buy low and sell. Amazing. You're going to see like to the moon, buddy. To the freaking moon. I envision right now. I can see that looking into the future. I see the darkness signing with the Vikings. And then they sit there, and J.G. McCarthy's like, I'm not dealing with this bullshit. Trade me. So they say, all right, fine, but we need a backup. All of a sudden, they pick up the phone. Chosen Rosen answers the phone. Meteorite hits the darkness. Chosen Rosen has to take over. Profits.
Ooh.
I've seen the vision.
We got a big play here. Ooh, they're actually going to go for it. Hopefully that penalty is on the defense, or the flag just fell out of his pocket.
This is where I get to have a little bit of fun. So it's on number 11.
Then they punt. That's actually probably smart there, because if he catches it, then they don't give him the ball at midfield, so that's fine. Was it actually interference?
He had to say he basically stiff armed the helmet.
Yeah, that's a fair penalty. That's fair.
Yeah,
I don't
helmet
like
moved.
it. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he pushed it off. That's fair. Ooh, found this one also. Found a Deion Sanders refractor in a $2 bin.
Yeah, that's not like 94.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
thought so.
I know it's
Familiar
the
to me.
inferior one because it's got somebody else on the other side, but I don't give a crap. $2
Will
Deion
says,
Sanders refractor. Yes.
I like this. Will says, the refs. Emphasis.
Huh. Also, I picked through the 10-cent bin. The guy's like, yeah, I haven't even been through it. I'm like, fantastic. I found a nice old Ultra Platinum medallion sitting in there. Like, yep, somebody else will want this.
But you know the rule with the whole bins. You want one that has literally not been sorted. You don't want it to be any particular order. The more disorganized it is, the more likelihood there is something that hasn't been picked through.
It was, you could see that that nobody went through it. Like, I found a bunch of, like, no, granted, they ended up being worthless, but, like, I picked up, I don't know, 20 like 03 Topps Chrome base cards. I'm like,
Right.
hey, you know, if like any of these will sell, I make my money back. And they're all worthless, but you know, okay, fine. They go in my freebie stack, and if somebody buys something on eBay, but like it was like all the 03 stuff. Like I found 2000s, like I found 2000 finest, like just I don't know, stacks of them, but like they were here, there, and the other place. I'm like, yes. So nobody went through this. Yes.
So when you don't get your best chance. Will says you guys are definitely more interesting than the commercials. Listen, the commercials have gotten pretty lame. I don't think there hasn't been the good Super Bowl commercial era. I think is over. These companies spend too much money on other things. And if you're spending that much money for it, you're probably not going to take too many chances. You're just like, and to be honest, you're probably showing those commercials ahead of time. You're trying to get your money's worth. You don't want to just show it. I've seen already some of the Super Bowl commercials days leading into it. So it's like, there's no surprise. And I'm not going to sit there and stare at it for commercials at this point. That ain't happening.
Yes.
Well, good luck.
I'm excited for one particular one, but I won't make this about politics.
Mm-hmm.
I will not do that. But yeah, I found a 2003 Bowman Chrome Andre Johnson rookie sitting in the 10-cent bin. I'm like, yep, nobody's been through this. This is a $10 card. We'll take that.
Oh. Well, if you got a 10-cent bin, that probably means the table prices are pretty fair.
$20, $25.
Yep. That's good for a show though, because it means that you can have dealers that can bring 10-cent bins because they can make their money back pretty quick just selling a stack of cards.
Yeah, and we're also 4 to 5 weeks out from the big Chicago show. And I don't want to say most of the dealers hit that show, but like all the dealers that are at this one that also do the circuit per se, they all hit that show. So like you get the you get the guys who travel nationally, you get the guys who are local in that area, and then you get like the 100 miles out. Like, hey, these are the dealers we're going to ask first. Like, okay, fine. So those guys, they bring the lower value items here, and then they bring the higher value items when the table space is a lot higher.
Yeah, it makes sense. The thing is, as a buyer, though, it's kind of nice that. Yeah, the thing is, as a buyer, though, having those value bins, if you're looking to do a little bit of dumpster diving where you can grab some stuff. I showed on the Friday Live, I showed from the hockey side in the early 2000s, be a player in the game. A lot of people don't pay attention to them anymore because they kind of forgot that they were fully licensed for a stretch there. But they never labeled any of their inserts that were lower numbered. So they would have low print runs, but they wouldn't label it. So you could easily get the gold out of 10 because sometimes the gold was subtle. But if you knew what you were looking for, you put them side by side, you can tell. But if you don't realize that, you're like, well, by the way, that gold is the out of 10 version.
Yeah.
So if you get a good player, you're like, well, by the way, you just got the out of 10. Congratulations. You just bought it for a couple bucks because everybody thought it was a regular version.
Yeah. Like the dealer who I know had this, he knew that he had the die cut version, but he probably wouldn't bring this if it was the big show because it's not worth having. I mean, it's worth having like enhanced value bins, but he might not want to have like the dollar bin. So, and if I can find one Favre at a show or something, it's a successful show. I go for the fun of it. It's fine. Like
Yep.
you don't find $2 Dion refractors at the big show. Like they're fun.
Well, they had that. Like I said, Bobby visited down to that show in the Overlook Hotel, but then he kind of talked me into they're gonna have a show in Hamilton next week, so probably I'll go down there and check that one out. It's a little bit out of the way, but they've got some dealers that'll have different kinds of stuff there, and some of them do that. They'll have the table space is not expensive, so they will have just some random stuff. So I'm like, all right, yeah, that'd be worthwhile checking out. I'll bring a little bit of money, and you never know. Sometimes you see something. I bought a couple of things last time, so we'll see if I'm able to get something in there.
Oh, that should have been picked.
Yeah, it wasn't a wise decision on that throw.
Well,
Will, your guy's making some bad decisions. Tell him to calm down.
to be fair, it was 3rd and 9. I don't mind necessarily throwing it up. Oh, they also blocked the Eagle player in the back, and it didn't. They didn't call it. No way.
Kansas City has its destiny, Paul. Don't fight the destiny. That's what we're all here for. We're here to find out what the script writers have written for us. Will says here, is Musk really doing commercials? Listen, your new president has to do his commercials. He just needs to. He needs to get his message out there.
Word is he paid for 5 of them.
No kidding. Like, nobody's giving him shit.
Musk. The thought is Musk paid for 5 of them. So yeah. I will leave it at that. I'm trying to keep politics as much out of this, but it is Super Bowl ads, so that's a relevant topic.
Right.
I'll leave it there.
Yep. There you
go.
But
yes, like one of the other nice things with the local show is I found a 95 Warren Sapp refractor in a value bin.
How bad is the greening? How's the greening on that one?
It's okay. I mean, 95 didn't, like on the other side, it's hard to see because it's a green player. But like, there's not much on this one.
Okay.
So
as long as.
Yeah, find this in a value bin. We will. And I guess I flipped 94 refractors now because I found a lot of them in value bins also. I'm like, well,
yeah,
I'll put my money on them, and if somebody wants them on eBay for twice, then okay, fine. If I make money, great. If I don't,
it works. It works. Can't deny that. Eric, penalty. They touched Sir Patrick. Listen, that's Lord Patrick too. He's already been. Yeah, he's already been upgraded. He's already been elevated. He is not a mere sir.
Yep, that is Mr. Mahomo to you.
Mm-hmm. I was actually having a good chuckle today. Was basically just trying to get everything set up on this side of it. It's doing a little bit of sorting in the collection. I got to throw some stuff into some other boxes. But I did get those pickup videos sorted. Like I said, not as fancy as yours, but like I said, when the ship comes in, it's going to happen, or it's coming.
From Ship My Cards?
Yeah. Well, this was from Ship My Cards, but I'm saying when the ship comes in and finally everyone acknowledges the inevitable fate of the Chosen Rosen, I'm just telling you, Paul, ready to go.
Oh, the 101? Yes.
We're ready to go, man. I'm just saying. I got to I do like me some vinyl from Spectra, and now I got a couple of these from a couple of the subsets.
And now you just have to hope that Christian Kirk isn't hurt as well, which will help that.
Well, at the very least, look, I just found the fact that Christian Kirk is at least he at least has had more of a relevant career. At least he was in the league a little bit more, so it's something. I'm like, all right, well, at least there's one NFL player on here. From beyond, the first couple of seasons. Although it still kind of makes me laugh. Like I was joking about it a while back on the live, but I said the thing is the Josh Rosen thing. I don't know what's going on with that dude. Like honestly, if he even wanted to try at this point, the state of the NFL quarterbacking is such that you could probably get a job. Honestly, if you just go out and do a couple tryouts. There's a couple of teams that literally just need a warm body at this point.
But who knows if he saved his money, he might not necessarily need it and or
It's
want
possible.
it.
It's possible.
I
That's the
don't
thing.
know.
It strikes me. I get the impression that regardless, he doesn't want it, because if he wanted it, they wouldn't. It's not like you have to do a lot at this point. There's a couple of quarterbacks that bounce around, and like we've got the XFL now, we've got the USFL. I think they're doing something. So you could get some recent game tape on, and honestly, like I said, Deshaun Watson's contract is basically such that the Cleveland Browns are like, please, let's just get anybody. I don't even care, anyone.
Yep, they had my boy Winston, and now he's a free agent. So they're without crab legs.
Yep. Much sadness. Good evening, name. Happy Super Bowl Sunday.
Now
Yes.
sadness is Goddard with the first down to midfield.
I'm kind of excited by the prospect of giving Philadelphia hope. That's what I'm looking
Or
forward
the
to.
refs in it inevitably screw him over.
That's what I'm shooting for. I want them to go for it. I think the referee, when Jalen Hurts turns his back, I think the referee should hit him in the back with a chair.
Nice. Yeah, so far the Chiefs have been in the rushing lanes, and Saquon has not done much.
Which is, I think, is pretty much what they want to do. They would rather have Jalen Hurts throw the ball if given the choice. Like, pick your poison. I'd rather have Jalen Hurts throw, and if he can make the throws, hey, great, good for him. But that's basically what you're shooting for. I think it's funny though. I did enjoy the whole, because the problem is the whole 2 weeks. 2 weeks means a lot of time for people to run through the same narrative over and over again, which does get a bit old. But I enjoyed the kind of breakdown. But I laugh because I know enough people that are not Philadelphia Eagles fans that are like, okay, look, we're sick of the Chiefs, but we don't even like the Eagles. So like, there's a very strong contingent that's rooting for the meteorite. they're not really like, actually, we'd rather neither one of you.
Yeah, like it's like that's. I was gonna say, yeah, that is a flag. I'm glad that the Chiefs are getting screwed on borderline calls so far.
Well, like I said, you got to do it in the first half. You got to do it in the first half to set them up for the second half where it matters.
I like how the Chiefs player is saying it's not catchable when he put his hands on the football. The Chiefs guy's going, not catchable when he put his hands on the football.
He meant not catchable by the guy in green. He's trying his fingertips close.
If you want to say that it's not an egregious hit, I'm fine. But don't look at me and go, this isn't catchable when he put his hands on the football. You're just, you're factually wrong at that point. Like,
there you go.
And this is why people hate the Chiefs.
It happens. I get it. All right. Can we touch on something? Because I was watching an eBay auction and it occurs to me here. I'm enjoying, now that Topps/Fanatics has got the WWE license back, I'm enjoying watching the Topps Chrome WWE stuff go off. And I think we're observing in real time people not realizing that Topps Chrome Golds are not Prism Golds. And I think they're struggling to figure out how to price this properly.
Oh, because they're out of what, like 50?
Yeah. So your Topps Chrome Gold. So their Philadelphia has put up a score.
That's what we like to see.
Points. But yeah, the golds are out of 50, which is standard for Topps Chrome, which is fine.
Yes, that is open as open gets.
Slide fake out should be a penalty. That's fair, Bob. Good evening, Orlando. Let's see here.
Yep, make sure to mute myself for that one.
Yep. But yeah, I was watching one of the out of 50s, just checking it out, and it went for a lot more than I thought it would, honestly. It was closer to what I would expect for the Prism price. And I was like, huh. So you guys know this out of 50, right? There's 49 more. It's a little high.
Ooh, hey, look at that. I can pull stuff out of the stack that I bought in the dollar bin that's already sold on eBay. Look at that.
Look at you. Total
Look at
bullshit
me.
because you get
Look at me. Content, boys. Paid. Ship now.
fancy. Bob Jackson says total bullshit because you can't hit a sliding QB. It's like a grounded opponent MMA thing all over again. There you go.
But speaking of, oh yeah, hold on. I showed you, but I will show everyone else. Hold on one second here. I'll be right back.
All right. While you're doing that, first and goal calls for a tush push. It might. It might. That's all I'm saying. I'm checking the rest of my eBay watch list. See what happens here. Yeah, looks like they got smart. Nothing crazy finishing tonight. It's pretty light.
But I think one thing that might help is looks matter on it also. Like I got this in on Thursday.
Yep.
2000 gold refractor Favre. And I paid more for this, and this is out of 300.
Yep.
I paid probably twice the trade value that bids and offers. I took second. Did it show? Got away. Hold on. 2007 Roman Chrome Gold Favre. The 07 ones, the Bowman Chromes, are out of only 50, and it went for about half.
Yep.
I took second place on that. So, but yes, I paid twice for this, and it's out of 300 than what this was, and it's out of only 50. So it is what it is. But I'm still a fan of it. I still like welfare fraud boy.
Hey, listen, he's not a swell fella, but we accept him for what he is.
Yeah. But yes,
Yeah,
I thought that was interesting. And it's not like the 1 out of 50 was, seriously flawed or anything.
All right, Paul's getting excited. Other Paul. See, they're going to try to force him offside, and the tush push is on. And across the line. Points.
Oh, they took it off because he was short and okay.
Yep, knee went down at the 1. Paul C says here, I had forgotten my mission to start an all tush push league. No receivers or running backs, just glorious tush pushes on a CFL-sized field. Go for it, Paul. Live the dream. We believe in you.
I know that there are fantasy leagues out there that only have points for touchdowns. So that would work.
This is where I would love like a hot mic moment, or one of the referees walks by and he's like, that is the last time we will allow you to score. It's like, that's it. We gave you one. Now shut up.
Like, listen, you better score in the second because otherwise the flags are going to start flying in the third and fourth. Oh, you think that wasn't holding? That, sir, was holding.
No, Paul, what I want, I'm being completely serious. What I want, if we're going to go down this path, I want blatant. It's like there was literally no penalty. I sensed impure thoughts. Flag. I didn't realize that they had eagle emojis. Who knew? I guess I got emojis for everything, so. But I didn't realize that one. Hadn't seen that one before. 7-0 Eagles. The folks that I know from Philadelphia are probably very excited right now. They're getting ready to climb greased poles as we speak. Exciting times. So I'm actually curious for the folks that are in the chat. y'all actually watching the game, or for the most part just chilling and hanging out, or what's the plan? I'll actually be curious, Paul, what the end result will be for the rating on this one, because a lot of people make the claim I was mentioning before you got on. I saw actually a news thing from Buffalo. Since we will get sometimes the local news from Buffalo. Apparently, there's a couple of bars there that are doing anti Super Bowl parties. So at the bar, they've got the food and the drink and everything is all there. They got the Super Bowl specials, but on the TVs, they're not playing the Super Bowl. They're playing like the Puppy Bowl, Bills highlights, and they're having the Super Bowl party without the Super Bowl being on the game, being on the screens.
I was gonna say Neo's watching Major League right now.
Yeah. So I was just curious. It made me laugh. I was like, it's like, I get it. Look, I can't blame you. I've watched all the Super Bowls, I think, since 92. The only one that I skipped was the last New England one with the Rams, because I knew that game would be awful. And it genuinely was awful. Like, it was a garbage game.
I have watched every one since, I believe, that same year, when Washington trounced them early and the game was just over early. But I mean, it's not like there's lots out there to, like, hey, you're hanging with your friends. Like, all right, fine.
Well, that was just it. So for me, it was like, I would be watching it, but the reason I started doing these things is that when it comes, especially if my team's not in it, if I don't have a rooting interest, I'll watch the game, but I'll have it on the screen while I'm doing other stuff, like literally trolling eBay or checking out ComC or looking for stuff. That's what I'd be doing anyway. So if I set it up like this and we chat about whatever, it's fine. I've still got the game on the screen right here as I'm talking to you, so I'm able to kind of do two things at once. Eric says here is penalty. The Eagles are not allowed to have more points. Don't worry, it'll be fixed. Second half.
Yeah.
Been a fan of Eagle emojis.
I also have to go in the office early, so this whole watching the game at home and going to sleep early is a benefit.
Big time. This has been a fan of Eagle emojis since day one. Facts. Bob Jackson says, I tried to watch it. Well, at least you tried. Joe says, so if Eric gave predictions for this game, I missed them. Took the Eagles plus 1.5 and over 48.5. Ooh, fancy. Well, the over is looking a little tough. You know, I'm not seeing these teams marching down the field, but it's still early, so I guess we'll see. We'll see.
They typically
Josh, watch.
Go. They typically feel each other out, and then they let the offense flow. So we'll see.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm waiting for the I'm waiting for the flow of flags in the second half. I'm looking forward to it. I think Philadelphia's going to have a lot of impure thoughts. I think it's going to be a thing. Orlando says, watching the game and listening to you guys. Excellent. Thank you, Orlando. Eric showing appreciation for name as always. I'm watching and shopping on ComC right now. Valid. This is a Sunday, so I'm folding clothes, got in the background. Super Bowl's not a huge deal to me. As you know, I'm more of a college football guy. That is true. You have been known to speak of the odd Oregon situation.
Yeah, flipping on ComC is really fun.
It's basically what it's built for. Like, ComC literally leans into it. They specifically go out of their way. They used to do like a flip of the week. They used to literally on their social media, if somebody did like a big flip, you bought X card and then sold it for whatever, they would highlight it. That was kind of their deal.
Yeah. One of the things I've been on is, you know how if you win a ComC auction on eBay, you have to pay the 10%? To port it over.
Send it over ComC?
Yes. So, if you win an eBay auction that is from ComC, you have the 10% fee.
Now, so I heard about this, but I haven't tried to do the transfer to it. Now, did you pay using your own funds or ComC credit?
You pay with ComC credit. So it doesn't make any sense for shipping if you're over, say, $20 or something like that, unless you just absolutely want to flip it immediately. Like if it's for 40, you might as well ship it home and pay the $4 in shipping. But if you're flipping a bunch of like $1 to $10 stuff, they still have shipping on eBay. But if you pay for it with the credit, you basically have $3 edge off of everybody on the field. So if you want like cheap autographs, all right, I'll bid like $4, maybe 5 or something like that. You pay the 10%, you port it over for 9, and eventually somebody buys it, and that's how you make your money.
Right. Yeah, so if you use credit though, no 10% fee if you use a credit card. Yeah, well, I think if you're just buying, so to your point, if you're just buying an eBay auction, so I'm going to specify auction because I think I forgot one thing, because in my mind I'm thinking about ComC eBay buy it nows, and if you buy on the platform it's always cheaper, but if you're talking auctions you got to buy it on the eBay platform anyway. So
Yes.
I think that's where your fee comes in. So yeah.
Yes.
But if you just buy a ComC auction and you win it for whatever, then that fee doesn't exist because you can pay for the thing straight up on eBay, and why bother? Just pay for it. That way you don't have to port it. Just ship it to me instead and whatever.
But yeah, like if you find something that you know will eventually sell for 10 that you pay 5 then for, you bid on eBay. Once you win the item, you log over or you log on the ComC, and then you go pay with funds, available funds, and then it just immediately shows up, and then you can go relist for whatever the price. Same as everything else.
Right.
So that's how you can make a little disposable income there. And that's how you build up the ComC bankroll.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish they didn't have the 10%. Is that? Catch that. I shouldn't complain. Johnny Wilson drops every third pass that they throw at him. Unfortunately, I know that as a Florida State fan, which is where he went to school.
Mm-hmm. I did think it was funny on Neo's live when he's made reference to the college thing, and as soon as he said it, I was like, "Yep, I'll be there to respond to that." I did beat you though. I did beat him by 1 second to include. Say, hold on, he's gonna have to stop his ditch digging. Give him a second.
I show up from the trade night, like 5 minutes before this, and I'm like, "Hey guys, how's He's like, "Well, if Paul's in the chat still," I'm like, "I commented less than 5 minutes ago." All right, here you go. Here's your knowledge that you need. But yes, I did find that funny.
That's all timing. I'll give Neo credit. He's for a lot of the stuff he does. His lives are very straightforward. Although he has expanded, I did like the fact. That's why I had to make the one comment about double praising the content gods, because he was simulcasting on his TCG channel at the same time. So he's trying to build up the TCG channel, which is growing for him pretty quick, actually.
Yes.
So it works. I can't blame him. I get it.
Eagles pick up a big third and medium there.
Yep. Well, they're moving right now. Philadelphia is doing a better job actually moving the ball around, and Hurts is actually executing on a couple of the plays. So far so good for him. 6 for 7, I think he is right now. So pretty good.
Yeah, he's really 7 for 7. The drop was right in his hands.
Oh no, the throw was fine.
You want anything on Fanatics here tonight or no? Or
I was looking.
Not
it's Fanatics.
I guess it is Fanatics Collect now.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I did laugh. So we'll see, because obviously it's still too early. Extended bidding doesn't start until 10 p.m. So I don't even necessarily want it, but it's cheap enough. I kind of do. There is a Chosen Rosen on there. And I was like, maybe. Min bid for life. Let's go. I want to envision the person at the Fanatics vault that is like, we're vaulting this fucking shit? Really? Yep, you are.
Have you seen some of the cheapo shit that they've been adding over there also?
I've seen a little bit.
Like,
you're talking about aside from Burbank? Because Burbank is going to be putting a bunch of inexpensive stuff as well.
Yeah, like at the Fanatics. Like, I started looking up the buy it nows, and like I think I only searched like Favre, and there were like PSA 8 base over there. I'm like, dude, what the hell? Like, how is this showing up here? Like, the only thing I can think of is that it's Burbank's like excess that they have. Like, hey, we just have a PSA 8 of this and it got loaded on the site. But I'm like, dude, what the who graded this? And then who said, yeah, man, Fanatics is the place I'm gonna sell it. Like, what are we doing?
Dude, hells yes. Come on, let's go. Oh, I just found one. I just went in to buy it now, and I found one. And it is sold by Burbank Sports Cars. I'm like, yes.
Okay, fair enough. That makes a lot more sense. But yeah, like here. I only searched Favre and maybe Deion Sanders, and I'm like, okay, there's a bunch of just random shit here. Like, okay.
Amazing.
Big third and short here. Well, they blew it early, which probably means it's on the offense. Ooh. It is on the Chiefs.
I told you, they got to make it look good in the first half, Paul. You got to make it look good in the first half. Look, back in the day, on TNN, you had ECW, but it was on a power block with Roller Jam. And what happened to Roller Jam? One team would get way up in the first half, and then a massive comeback in the second half. They're just following the Roller Jam formula. We know how this works. Give the Eagles could be up 40-0 in the first half, and it's like, all right, man, did you believe Kansas City came back to beat them 50-49? That's wild. Crazy.
I was actually at one of the TV tapings for that.
Roller Jam?
No, ECW.
Oh, ECW? Yep.
ECW, baby.
Yep. Name says got to have the #1 Medano, #1 Rosen collection of any University of Guelph Griffin alumni. I think I got this name. I think I got this.
I'll be back.
One of these days. Go for
I'll be back in a
second. One of these days, Paul, I'm going to go.
I'll be back. I'm going to go get a envelope and a semi-rigid because the post office, they do not like top loaders.
No kidding. I like Fanatics for the hockeys. Yes. Stuff goes for Faction on the Bay. It's for some of the stuff, yeah, for sure. I missed the days of Roller Jam. Man, me too. Roller Jam was classic. I'd still watch that shit if they had it. But they got to do it like they did back in the day. That was fun. It was 100% professional wrestling. It was the most staged bullshit in the entire world. It was awesome.
Which one? Roller Jam or ECW?
Roller Jam. Roller Jam. They literally it got to a point where they literally hired an evil authority figure. They got an actor who is on an IMDb page, and Kenneth Logue III. They had an evil authority figure, and I'm like, yes, this is more professional wrestling than professional wrestling.
That's hilarious.
It was awesome.
That is hilarious.
I was like, listen, I can't say I disapprove of any of this. I approve of this whole thing that's happening right now. I love every aspect of it. It was such trash, but it was good trash.
Yeah, that would always show up at like 9. I think they started at 9 around here on like a Friday night. I'm like, and this was before like I could go out. I think I was in middle school. I'm like, I'm watching this. This is awesome.
Yeah. But the thing is, if anybody paid attention, it's like, yeah, they had a basic formula to the structure of the games. And what happened is because most of the people they got actually played roller derby, like real roller derby. So they knew what to do. Obviously they could skate and they could participate in it, but they had people that had characters. So they understood that your role is to play this character, whatever it is. But at the same time, they would have these things because they'd have a crowd. So they'd be doing the games and they'd be doing it. playing up to the crowd, and it's like when the announcers are interviewing people and they're cutting promos in between segments of Roller Jam, and we have an evil authority figure. Guys, you understand that this guy just hit the other one with a piece with the bench. What are we doing? You know what this is. And then half the time, a couple of them would go and fight in the stands. It's like, yes, we know what this is. Just call it what it is. It's Professor wrestling on rollerblades. And then you had the California Quakes. They had the ladies there, the bod squad, so you're selling that. And then Sean Atkinson, the captain, would literally deliver a suplex as one of his signature moves. Good evening, Ham. At least you spelled Jets right, so that's encouraging. So you're not into the sauce yet? Haven't gotten warmed up?
Oh, Ham, you'll like this. Nah, it's not that good, but I found this in a 10-cent bin tonight, Ham. Jamie Duncan refractor.
Oh, first mistake for Hurts, it looks like. First mistake for Jalen Hurts and a second for you.
Ouch. Yeah, I found that in a 10-cent bin tonight, Ham, so I was happy about that find. Oh, and Ham, because you just got here, I found this in a $2 bin, maybe $3 bin. Warren Sapp rookie refractor.
There you go.
It's the inferior one, but it is what it is.
Yep, I got that card. Which one, Ham? The first one or the second one?
I assume he means the Sap because nobody really has the Duncan or nobody really wants the Duncan. I'm like, yeah, screw it. Random 90s refractor for 10 cents or 25 cents. Like, I'll take my chances on eBay.
There you go. Sap refractor on the Bucks. Yep.
Yeah, there aren't many Buccaneers items that you actually want from the 90s. Like the Brooks refractors, the Sap refractors. John Lynch doesn't have many rookies that you actually want. Like, it's a pretty short checklist.
Why are you downplaying the possibility of a Trent Dilfer Super PC, man? What are we doing? Come on.
What would be his... I'm trying to think. What would be the best 96 Dilfer? Probably the Precious Metal.
That would have to be, I would think.
Oh, Ham, I also found a 96 Alvin Harper Precious Metal in a value bin. Not today, but...
I just appreciate the way this is structured. I refuse to collect, period, Trent Dilfer.
Well, you know, he did win a Super Bowl in that stadium, so...
There you go. So for the record, I did make an offer onto one of the cards on Fanatics Select that is from Burbank. So I'm trying the offer system. We'll see if they accept the offer.
Nice.
So Ham says, "Dang, the mic all stop." See, based on the way this is written, I'm guessing he's transcribing it. The mic all stop. Precious Metal Gems. I just like the way it's written out.
Like, I found the Alvin Harper in a $2 bin. I'm like I flipped it over. I'm like, yep, it says PM on the back because if you look at the front, you don't really know. Like, all right, fine.
Yep.
I'll pick that
Bobby,
up.
if you're good, give me a thumbs up.
I'm sorry, what's that?
What's going on, the bro? What's up?
What's going on, Bobby?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Not too much.
Jumped in after my big show today, so.
Yes, you did attend said show. Do you want to give a little show report here while I grab my beverage?
Sure.
You can talk about the Overlook Hotel. You didn't even get to fully bask in it, but nonetheless, here we are.
Nonetheless. Yeah, it was an interesting show. It is called the Sports Card Show. However, I would say half of it is dedicated to Pokemon and gaming. And it seems like the majority of the people that went there were there for Pokemon and gaming because every table that did have that had a full row of people in the front and a second row in the back. And then the next would have sports cards where there's one person, if you're lucky. And you could tell I actually had to stand in a lineup of, must have been 100 people. I showed up a little bit late. Usually I always show up early, but I was later today. And it was, it was a line that moved pretty fast, but they must have had, 1,500 people probably go through there by the end of the day, which is quite a lot considering the size of the show. He did extend the room. There's a large room, a medium-sized room, and then another large room. The last show, it was just the large room and the medium room. This time, it was all three. So it did open it up quite a bit. The dealers didn't fill up the room completely. There was a lot of space at the very front of it. Maybe a quarter of it at the beginning was dedicated to just some chairs and tables and stuff like that for people to sit down. So I don't think they filled the requirements of every booth. Otherwise, it was very interesting. Very little vintage, but everybody had a spatter of something, either vintage, where they were predominantly vintage, and then they had a little bit of modern sports, and then some even had an equal amount of Pokemon and vintage sports, a little speckles here and there, and then some modern as well. So anyways, interesting show, but you couldn't get down some of the rows. Like the center row was that's where most of the Pokemon was, down the center row, and I couldn't go through there.
How many
I'm not the tallest person trying to hold up the video thing there. It was just like, just try to get through it. And I said, forget it. But anyways, I did a video. I posted on YouTube anyway.
So how many overall tables then, if the crowd was like 1,500?
How many tables were there?
Yeah, like 100 or 200 or 300?
No, not 200. No, last time I think there was 80 tables. Now, because they made the space more forward at the front, I would have to say, but they added the extra room, I would say there's probably 100. Maybe that's a little bit much, but somewhere around there. But most people had 2 tables for the most part, and it was crazy busy. Like I said, I was standing in line. You could see the demographic of the people were a lot younger, and everybody had their knapsacks on. So
that would be crazy, because last week here, the large local show is 175 to 200, and they just set the record at 1,500 people in, and that felt just packed as ever. So to make it 80 to 100, oof.
Yeah. Right now, Paul, I wasn't exaggerating. Right now, if you can run a show, the amount of people they can pack into some of those rooms right now is very strong.
Yeah, Carlos, when we did that show, I think there was 80 tables, right?
Give or take, yeah.
But it almost went right to the very front. Whereas this time it was about 30 feet, 40 feet, and then the tables really started. The outside it did start, but all through that middle part, they had those tables and chairs that people could sit and get a slice of pizza or whatever it was.
I was going to say it probably was wise because the way the previous setup was, you didn't have any room left over to give people a little space to like be able to get away from the tables a little bit. If you could sit down a little bit and grab a bite or something, that's a good thing, actually.
The aisles were a little wider, it seemed, which was good. But like I said, any of the Pokemon tables, you had 2 people deep and right across the whole front row. You knew when it was a Pokemon table, you didn't want to go because there was all these people standing in front of there. So it's obviously alive and well, but it is touted as a sports card show, and it's a little disappointing when you go there because it can obviously that show could support itself as a gaming show, Pokemon show itself. But combining the two is sort of misleading. My friend drove in last time from where was it? Pickering, Ajax. About 40, 50 miles an hour, about an hour away, and they couldn't even wait the line out last time. This time, it wouldn't even be worth them coming for most people. Like Carlos, I don't know if you would have seen much for yourself there. It was very random. It seems like everybody who had sports cards had a little bit of modern and a little bit of vintage. It's like they were getting rid of stock. It seemed like, you know what I mean? Like I
think honestly, for the box price, that's probably what a lot of them would be shooting for. That's the
Yeah.
only reason why, like, I had so Paul, just to give context, so Bobby and I got a table a couple of shows ago. And what I did, honestly, I think I might have grabbed only a handful of, I think I grabbed a couple of Juan Soto cards and put them in the showcase. But for the most part, most of the stuff I had was wrestling. Like, and I actually sold some wrestling, but I also had a 25-cent box. Literally, so somebody could come by and grab a small. And honestly, I made probably 40 or 50 bucks just on the 25-cent box. Because this guy would grab a stack of them and like, here you go, I'll take these.
Yeah.
Well, if your alternate is you send them over to Comp C or you put them on eBay where we all have the international shipping, it's like,
Mhm.
all right, fine, I'll take a discount, but I get cash and you get cards. Fine.
Yeah.
So we rewind back to when you went, Carlos. If it was this show, there would be no way anybody would stand in front of the table for that length of time because you didn't have the time to stand there and do that. It was just that busy. There's too many people, and they would miss our table in a second because it was just I just got to get through here. They're not even looking. You're just trying to move through the place, and it tends to take away from the experience, I guess, for us.
Well, I think also kind of playing into it because in the case of what we're talking about, we did one table. I think to your point, I think your only hope would have been to have two tables because at least it gives you enough width to be able to give people a little bit of space if they want to try to maneuver a little bit. Otherwise, you're getting bumped the whole way because one table basically gets lost in the sauce. The Pokemon guy beside us, to the left of us, actually took over the second table when the one person didn't show up.
Oh, they had,
and it worked, and it worked to his favor because he had tons of stuff. So he was able to fill the two tables worth. You basically need two tables at the show, number one. But I think what's going to be tough now, and you touched on it, is that the demographics are skewing so heavily into Pokemon that you were right that most of these shows now could just run as Pokemon TCG shows, and they do just fine.
Well, that's what the CSC
I don't
does,
know
right?
I don't know what a sports card only show would do now. Because most dealers who are worth anything are not going to leave the Pokemon at home if they have some.
I would think that, there would always be a little bit of that. Even when you go to the CSC shows, you do have guys who do bring some, vintage or other sports. And it is sprinkled on there, because everybody gets something when they buy a collection or what have you. You always get this, and some of that. So I think that's what it would be like. I think for a vintage show for that place, I'd get a couple signing guests. I'd open it all up. And I think you would get, if you could tell the people that you can get 1,000 people through the door, that's a pretty darn good show.
I just don't know where the 1,000 people would come from. You're talking about a vintage only show? Where's the 1,000 people coming from?
For signing guests.
I guess so.
Yeah, a few years back, they did a show at that place. It was probably 4 or 5 years ago, and obviously different then, but it was really packed there. It was very well. They had Mitch Marner signing and somebody else signing. I forget who it was, and that brings people through the door and it attracts people.
That's basically it. Yeah, you get a good Maple Leaf name, that would help you draw,
or just 2 or 3. That would work.
Yeah. Paul says nothing like match your wits with the card father offers. Truth.
But yeah, I do feel that I think they could have their own shows, but if you're, say, promoting the show and you know that that you're bringing people out through with it, it is what it is.
Will I go back next time?
Only.
No, I won't even go back next time. There's no sense in me going back next time. Saying hi to a few people. Other than that, it would be a social event because there was really nothing there, and a lot of the other dealers that were there prior didn't even show up this time. So.
Yep. I think it'll be a good contrast because so I'll just let you know I booked the hotel, Bobby, for Hamilton.
Hamilton's a different show though. That's
no, but I'm saying that's what I'm getting
at.
I think the contrast will be an interesting conversation though. It'll be worthwhile to discuss because it's over there. They run a different kind of operation. It's a different kind of show, and also the type of dealers and everything is set up very differently. But I think it'll be a good compare and contrast to two very different styles of show being developed into these two different areas.
If you want to run through the video at 1.5 speed on my YouTube, you can bring it up. It's right there. And
I will in a minute. Yeah.
Really quick.
I'll read a couple of comments. Bob Jackson says, Carlos, how often do you find non-Medano cards in your surges on eBay because of lazy sellers not fixing the detail part of the listing? It's not as bad as some. I've got mine filtered pretty well. But yeah, no, you definitely do because the search will also look at those little subheadings and tags. So somebody borrows a listing and copies it. Then if somebody else's name is on there, it will actually come up even though it won't be in the title of the description. So that's a bit of a problem. that piece of eBay helps us to a certain degree to if you're going to list a bunch of stuff. But at the same time, if you copy and paste too many things, yeah, you'll wind up with the wrong names, and you'll be like, "What does this have to do with anything?" You click on it, and you look at the tags, and it's like, "Oh, so that's where that name came up."
Yeah, does happen.
Yep. Hobbies. Who's your favorite Pokemon? Probably likes all the Pokemans.
Mewtwo. How's that?
There you go. There you go. Well, Sherry will appreciate that. Jeff here says hello. Hello to you,
Ooh.
Jeff. Jeff says you're coming to Family Day show. That's
Ooh.
the plan. I'm going to be chilling over in Hamilton with the Hamiltonians.
Maybe it's just me, but seeing adult men walking around with Pokemon hats on and when they're 40 years old, it's kind of funny. But anyways,
Stop judging Eric.
Oh,
Paul.
how'd you know?
I know.
He's wearing those little cycling caps. It's very similar.
It could be worse. It's better than what he usually dresses himself with.
Yeah, dirt from falling and hitting trees and on the bike.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a dirty dresser. So
I thought the Chiefs committed an egregious error there. Guess not.
Yep. 10-0 Philadelphia.
So he does make it.
But yes, Josh, if you do happen to come down, let me know, and we can meet up. We'll be in that vicinity. I'll try it this time. Now that I know I'm going to be down there, I will plan ahead of time. Also, since it is the family day, I will actually have the Friday off from work. So usually they do. So that'll give me Friday. I can actually have everything already planned out. I'll have my cash with me. I'll bring a little bit of cash, so I've got it. But then I'll see if I can take a little bit of some pictures and some images from the show for the Hamilton one.
Yeah,
just so we can check it out. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good to let people see it on the channel. So I think that'll be exciting.
Yeah. And that is a hodgepodge of there's some Pokemon, there's some collectibles, there's gaming obviously, and superhero stuff. And
well, there's a guy at video
NASCAR.
games. There's a guy at video games,
NASCAR,
Yeah,
and
it's a little bit of everything.
And vintage hockey and modern hockey. That is probably one of the best shows for a little bit of everything. Even collectibles like small antiques, or just you never know what's on somebody's table. It's one of those. It's kind of cool to look at. It's not like a whole bunch of cabinets with cards in them. It's random. It's very interesting. There used to be a lot of that. Well, people change out of that. There used to be a lot of different people there who'd come in with an array of different items. Now it's more settled into the same kind of people. You can't even get a booth. I actually wanted to get a booth this time, but there's no room. There's no room. So nobody's bowing out. Whereas before, you can get a booth no problem. You want
They
two?
could probably in that one they could probably justify a little bit more space if they could have gotten it somewhere. If they had a little bit more space to have another room or even a small one as an add-on overflow,
Yeah,
they could have probably justified it.
Yep. Well, there is another room right beside it. So, or is it? No. Yeah, they brought that outside part. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
That's what I mean. So that was kind of their overflow. But if they had access to like an actual little additional room, it doesn't have to be like a crazy, but a little bit of extra space, you could get a couple more dealers in there.
Yeah.
You could
put them on the
justify
stage. Put them on the stage.
Maybe, but I think you could justify it. Honestly, I think you really could. You could get a couple more table fees for that.
Oh, yeah.
U2, a classic. Yes. Eric's Pokemon name is by Crashosaur. Paul says, I thought it was Mayozard. I like it. He evolves into a Mayozard. I said, but is there any trinkets? Maybe.
Tons. You just never know what's going to show up there.
Yeah, it's a mix of stuff. Bob says, do they have any baubles too? Maybe. Is there a sausage vendor? There is no meat guy. There is no meat guy.
No meat guy there. No, sorry.
I will say, though, the concessions are very reasonably priced.
Extremely.
Yeah.
Well, if you understand that when I was setting up there, it was like $35 for a booth for a 6-foot table.
Yep.
You want two? Yeah, $70. I think now it's up a little bit. I think it's like 45. But how can you get a table at 45? I think at Rob's show there, the one I just went to, what was it, $80? $100.
Yeah.
$100.
Yeah.
It was $100. So, and how many people go through those the long weekend shows? I would say sometimes it gets pretty busy in there. 700, 800, 1,200. On the good show, some of the shows are better than others. I don't think a lot of people risk trying to go to a show when it's the winter time. It's not really a thing for them because they have to drive a long way and they might live in a more snow laden area. So it's not good for them to go.
We actually get more of the traffic in the winter because there's not much to do around here in the winter. So we actually have higher right now. If it's the summer, there's only so many summer months in Wisconsin. We're like, you know what? I'm getting out of the house and doing not this, but we've had like the highest attended show is the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, well, ours is basically, spring and fall. Those are the best months. Summers for here mostly being hockey. Summer months are really, a lot of people are up at the cottage or away, or and it's baseball season too. It's not hockey season, so at least at the springtime you get the playoffs, and at the beginning of the season is in the fall, so it works well that way. It works differently for everybody, I guess. Depends where you're located.
Yep.
But
so
yeah,
that's 2 straight sacks there.
But yeah, speaking of, you never know what you're going to find at a show. One of the dealers that's at the local show for us, somebody walked up and he goes, "Hey, I have excess here. It's all penny sleeved and whatnot, but it's in 5-row boxes. What would you give me for all of them?" And he takes a finger through it, and hey, it's mostly dollar stuff or 50-cent stuff and stuff like that. And they go, "Hey, would you take $30 each for each of the boxes?" "Yeah, sure, fine. All right, here's your money."
Check out this play, Paul. Keep an eye. You'll see in a second.
3rd and long. That is not a good play.
And it continues.
Are the Chiefs going to come back in the last half? I don't know.
Well, Bobby, I was saying that for the referees to do this properly, you have to give. Look, I already called it earlier. The Eagles will be up 40-0 at the half.
49.
They'll be greasing the poles. Stick with me. They're going to grease the poles. It's going to be very exciting, and then it's going to be shocking when the Chiefs come back to win 50-49.
Yep.
Very exciting.
2 quick touchdowns changes the game, right?
That's all I'm saying.
Bang.
That's all I'm saying. It's going to be wild. Pick 6 indeed.
Tied this time when the Chiefs get 2 touchdowns.
That's right. You got to spot Philadelphia some extra points. It'll make them feel better.
Yeah.
But yeah, the dealer goes through it, and he's like, "Hey, $30 each. All right, fine." The guy gets home, and he finds, without a top loader, without a penny sleeve, a 97 Terrell Owens precious metal gem just in the box. And he's like, "I'll grade this at whenever I'm at one of the shows where PSA is at next." And yep, just making $1,500 off of that one. And it didn't have a penny sleeve. It didn't have a top loader. I could see the surface damage of the edge nicks.
So that means that box had more goodies. That box must have had a lot more goodies if that one was without a sleeve.
I think
had to be.
He didn't really say. I know he found a 06 Brady Blue refractor, but that's not stupid expensive. I think he's like, "Hey, I have this one and a bunch of 50-cent, 25-cent items. All right, fine. We'll work that in the price."
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah. There's just a 97 precious metal gems of a clear Hall of Famer that you want. Like, okay, that's how it happens.
Well, Carlos, you remember the guy I went to who had all this stuff? He hadn't been at shows for a long time. Well, he showed up again at this show. Mm-hmm. And he had actually a lot of sets, 70s, 80s. And guys were going through it, like picking, like he had the count boxes, like ton, like two booths worth. And guys were really pulling a lot of stuff out from there. Brand new top loaders, the time he put into it was phenomenal. All underneath, he has all these magazines, some Sporting Life, you name it, every sport. And nobody's going underneath the table at all whatsoever. And then you move over to some of the other things he has. He has some sticks and, some sign sticks. And I'm looking at these posters he has in these top loaders. They're from Kraft anyways. They get about $8 to $10. No doubt he'd broken them up into all the different Canadian teams that it was issued. If he doesn't have $400 or $500 on each group, I'm sitting there going, Why would you waste your time and space? He's one of those guys. It's either way too cheap or it's way too expensive. So he probably won't sell one program on the bottom because they were $30-$40 each, and then and those things on his table, they were taking up 3 feet. I'm just sitting, you know. So he did really well his first show because people are just going, wow, that's crazy. Everybody was grabbing everything. And then he came and brought some more stuff last time, which he didn't have anything for me either. And then this time, nothing. But he did do well on the singles. But, you know, everything was half price. So the dollar single was 50 cents. Guys are getting stacks of them. So, you know, he made a lot of nickels and quarters and dimes. So
Well, it works. In that kind of show, that actually works fine. That's a viable strategy. There's no.
Yeah, it's a lot of work though. Like he had
it
1,
is.
2, 3, 4 tables
Mhm.
all across the back. So you know he did okay. I'm pretty sure he did okay. But the key things that he had a 71 O-Pee-Chee baseball set. You know, all graded PSA 6, I think, something like that. He had like $6,000 on that. He had a 54 set that was $12,000. And just sitting on the table too. I'm just sitting there going, dude, put this at the back of your table. You never know what's going on. And when it gets busy in there, you have to really watch your stuff. But I haven't heard of anybody getting anything stolen. Then again, some people don't even realize things are stolen. Going, I thought I had that card. Can't find it.
Mhm.
Who knows? 17. Ooh.
Yep, 17-0.
I want the Eagles to win anyways. So
You're not rooting for Team Meteor?
no. I like the underdog.
Meteor's the underdog. No one shows appreciation and love.
The Meteor is the underdog.
Yep. Yeah, this Super Bowl is one of those ones where like you've got Chiefs fatigue, where a lot of people are tired of the Chiefs. But on the other hand, Philadelphia is not exactly a likable team. If you're not from Philadelphia, you don't actually care about the Eagles. So basically, the rooting interest for outside of Eagles fans for Philadelphia is we just don't want the Chiefs. So that's like your only argument for it. But if you're kind of stuck in the middle, it's like I don't really like the Eagles either, though. So it's like that. So you root for Team Meteor.
True enough. I guess I heard that the 50-yard line tickets were like dropping like a rock in price wise. They were like $50,000, then went to what, $6,000, something, $5,000.
Oh, I don't think it'd be $6,000 or $5,000, but either way, it wouldn't surprise me if it dropped because this matchup is not interesting.
3 to
for
12
people.
grand, I think they went to. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, this matchup is not as interesting for a lot of folks because again, the rooting interest is basically if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan outside of Philadelphia, you're basically hate watching. Yeah, that's your only argument for it.
Yeah, if you're not a fan of the team, you're not interested.
Yep. I'd be curious though. Do you think, Paul, that affects the actual viewership when the numbers come in?
Yeah.
Oh, probably. Yeah, of course.
It's like the NHL playoffs, you know.
But
same thing.
You know how the NFL's viewership has been like this?
Mm-hmm.
You could then see the Super Bowl viewership be only flat for this year. And it is what it is.
I can see it. It's a possibility. Here, Brendan Ryans has a question. Says, what's Mahomes' haters to fan ratio compared to Brady? When Brady was at his apex, man, they had a lot. No. There was plenty of hate for Tom Brady.
No, I meant for Mahomes. Sorry.
Yeah. Right now, in order to reach peak, I don't think we're at peak yet. Like we're up there, but we're not. We haven't approached the peak because you got to remember the Patriots did that for 20 years.
Yeah,
it was a long time. It was a lot of Super Bowls. It got exceedingly frustrating. So it's like, it's a tough one. Bob actually says, my parents are watching. They haven't watched any game this year. All right, Paul, listen, the viewership might be up by two people.
Maybe the viewership's going to go up.
Who knows? Well, listen, Bobby, I like to think that we've taken at least 13 viewers away because they're watching and listening to us. They're probably just not watching the game.
Pretty much.
You got the score on the screen. What more do you need?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see all the highlights anyways.
Yep. It was actually funny.
We got us and Michael Ham. That's all we need.
That's all we need. I was going to say, so it was funny, actually, Bobby. Scott had actually asked me if I would come on for his live stream tonight. And I was like, Scott, I'm doing watch along for the football game.
He's
They still
not
don't
in
it, so
your
hopefully
algorithm.
they have fun. Yeah. Well, no, what I was saying is like, well, hopefully you guys have a good time. But yeah, he didn't follow up after that. It was like he probably was like, oh right.
Yeah, it
I
comes
didn't
up. It's
mention it for
actually one of the
weeks that I was
first
going to
things
do
that
it.
come up on my YouTube feed.
Yeah, yeah. I did give a heads up on that. It's like I said I was going to do it. Let's see here. The refs aren't doing Mahomes any favors with the haters. Yes, it is true. Well, that's the thing. Like, so kind of going into that though, at the same time, Bob Jackson's right. But at the same time, what was interesting is that right now, because the Chiefs are there, everybody complains about the referees being in the back pocket of the Chiefs. The Patriots got a ton of favorable calls in their day too. They literally changed the rule after Tom Brady went down for that season with that injury. They literally changed the rules.
So I guess I really don't follow as much football as many. Do they not go back to the footage? Can they not recall video?
With a replay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They have replay.
With a lot of plays they can, but some of those even
But there's
still
a
went the
certain
Chiefs'
limit.
way.
There's a cutoff. Hey, check this play. Check that play. If they keep calling it, the game would be like 6 hours long.
If they have, if they rule forward progress on a runner, then they can't then change it because there's so many injuries once that happens. They don't want everyone hitting the guy running. So once they determine that the play's over, they can't be like, oh, well, we don't know if the play was over. That's now a fumble. Like,
yeah,
you can't. That's one that you don't have it on. Or like pass interference, you can't replay that.
Really?
Yep.
That's crazy.
I actually wish that they would switch it over and do the college rule for it.
Which is?
Where it's either the spot of the foul or 15 yards. But if you have like a 50-yard pass interference, it wouldn't be 50 yards. It would be just the 15. And that's it.
Gotcha. Okay.
That seems fair.
I prefer that.
Right. Bob Jackson, the Patriots cheating to clear the snow versus the Raiders. Pepperbridge Farm remembers. It's true.
Now I'm hungry.
So you got to bring snacks, Bobby. I told the Super Bowl watching people, remember to bring snacks.
Yeah. Oh, you got an ice cream sandwich in the freezer. So.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Bobby, I had to double check. I didn't realize it. Last night I went to go grab one of those muffins. It actually was a Morning Glory muffin.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Since you brought it up, I was like, actually, and then I checked. It was, oh, it is a Morning Glory one. Never mind.
Yep.
I just thought it was banana nut, but nope, it's Morning Glory.
Yep.
What's the story on that?
Well played. The story was a delicious muffin. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah, nice glass of milk and a muffin.
Yeah, that's going to be an expensive. Yeah, that's going to be an expensive ticket over the summer.
Oh yeah, the Oasis one. Yeah. Well, listen. As far as I'm concerned, I would pay for. Like, I enjoy Oasis, and I have a couple of their those early albums. I even have Be Here Now because it amuses me to no end. Like, I enjoy it thoroughly. But I will say this: my interest in Oasis is only if they've got the alternate plan for after the brothers have a falling out, which they will. I want you to switch it from a concert to Thunderdome.
Yes.
They need to fight in Thunder because they will. It will happen. They will fight each other. It's not even a question of if, it's a matter of when. Can they make it through like the first show? Is the question.
And then you have Ozzy. He's coming back for his final tour.
Well,
but then you have a degenerative thing, so like
that's only a single show though.
Yes, yeah, I understand.
That's only a single show, and you got to think that the reason that they're having that is because they couldn't get Bill Ward to be like, all right, fine. I mean, on this, and basically Ozzy's looking at it going, listen, I want to do this before I croak. Let's just all do it once and call it good.
I just think they told him and he went, sounds good. Let's do it.
It wouldn't shock me if he was hung over and goes, hey, you know what? I really want to play with Bill again.
Yeah.
And they call it over. Like,
There's a lot of other bands coming there too. What do you got? Like I said,
ooh, did
there's
they
a few
call?
that I really knew, and then other ones I went, Anyways, one spectacular event. It will be the final. I guess everybody will want to be at that last one they see of him. So if you never saw him, I guess maybe it's best you did.
Did you see the backup lineup for that show?
Yeah, I did.
Like who the headliners are? It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I thought they would get someone else. Well, I guess you don't want to be outshined, right? So
I mean,
I don't know how Ozzy's singing is right now at this point. So
Probably not good. I think at that point you're basically buying a ticket just to see him before he dies.
I think so. Yes,
I think
it's
that
like a live viewing.
there is almost no scenario. Look, to each their own, but there was almost no scenario where I could see that being a better show than any show he did 15, 20 years ago. There's no way.
It's
So
like
it's
when I
like,
seen
why would
Van
you even
Halen.
want to watch that?
I've seen Van Halen so many times over the years. It got worse and worse every time.
Yeah.
And the last show you don't want to even go. The last one I went to was 2007, and that was it. I had enough. So from 82 to 2007, it's 4 shows in there. So, and the first one was the best one. But then I seen Guy Cherone there, and he was like horrid. But I never did see Van Hager. So, anyways.
So I was double checking just to make sure I had the right thing. So it reminded me in a way of the so I was at the 100th Grey Cup. I've talked about that before.
Sure.
And they did their musicians basically on an all Canadian lineup. So they went and did a bunch of different ones. So this was back in 100th Grey Cup was 2012. So 13 years ago. So when they did that, they got an all Canadian thing as far as their entertainment, their halftime show. So they had Bieber and Carly Rae Jepsen, which at the time made total sense.
Who?
Trust me, the people that were there knew exactly who it was, and the name that I'm about to say, nobody gave a shit. Gordon Lightfoot was in there too.
Hey,
No one gave a crap.
Gordon's good, man.
No, by
He's
that
not
point he
an
couldn't sing.
entertainer, but he's a very good singer.
He couldn't sing anymore at that point. He could not sing.
Yeah, I would think
His
so.
voice was shot. Like he was too old. It was done. Like at that point, it was actually, this is a bad idea. I understand why you did it. I got the concept, but he was too, at that point, he was already like close to 70. He was too old to be doing this in a stadium setting. You need to crank up the amplification to 11, 12, 13 to even be able to hear the guy. So,
True enough, but he doesn't have that singing voice where you lose it. It's more of a talking voice through most of his songs.
yeah, even
You know,
then,
it's
he
not like
sounded
they
terrible.
had
He
Rush
sounded
or-
atrocious. He sounded atrocious.
Really?
I was
Okay.
there.
Yeah,
He literally, like, he had no business doing that show.
Gotcha. Couldn't get Rush. We couldn't get Burton Cummings. We couldn't get Bryan Adams. Couldn't get
Not on that year. I think they've done a couple of those
on the
other ones.
100th
Like they've done some.
anniversary. That's crazy.
Listen, man. Look, they had Bieber, man.
Well, there you go.
Well, the crowd was into Bieber. It was annoying, but the crowd was into it.
I think you could hit that Sabbath show up and go only for the undercard
Maybe.
and be just happy.
Who are the bands you got a list there?
The ones for that show? Oh,
Yeah,
for
the
the
undercard.
Sabbath show?
Yeah.
The Sabbath show is not like
I remember there was like Pantera was coming back out of retirement. Like they're as old as.
they've been playing for a while. But here's the lineup.
Can you read it out? It's a little bit small. Well,
Yeah.
actually, hold on. I can see a little bit. Ozzy Osbourne,
Oh,
Metallica,
it's on
Slayer,
there.
Pantera,
Metallica. You're gonna go
Hailstorm.
For Metallica.
Yeah, well, Hailstorm. You got Mastodon there. That's good. Mastodon's good.
Yeah, it's
Anthrax.
it's a
Yeah.
lineup.
Anthrax. That's going back.
Yeah. And Mastodon's still really good. So I think that's actually a pretty strong lineup.
But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna hit that show, you don't necessarily care that Ozzy can't really sing anymore.
So I think to your point, Paul, I think that lineup is like the old UFC cards where they would have a main event, but if for some reason the main event wasn't good, you still had a really strong undercard.
Yeah.
So it's very strong. So it's like, all right, no, you're still okay. Even if for some reason the headliner can't hack it, you got plenty of talent underneath to carry it. Just as don't put Anthrax in the mail, perhaps not. We've been down that road before.
Yes.
Brendan says somewhere between peak and decline there is a 0 point. Yeah, but that's what I was saying. I use the example because, like I said, I was there for it. Bieber is not my scene even back then, but the crowd was into it. I understood that. Carly Rae Jepsen was in the middle of her run because she'd had her hit right around that time. I got it, so it made sense. Gordon Lightfoot was supposed to represent for the older people, but at that point his voice was shot. Like he sounded awful, and it's like you're this isn't actually doing anything good for Gordon Lightfoot. It's like, what's the point? He's gonna sound bad. Like I wouldn't have let him do it.
He's a very static singer. He just sits there on a, playing guitar on a stool.
Yeah. And so it was the wrong crowd and the wrong situation. Like you're not gonna have Gordon Lightfoot do a stadium show. Doesn't make any sense. Like it's not his style of singing in the situation, and he wasn't in his peak or anywhere near it. So it's like
I saw him at Massey Hall, and he came out, he sat down on the stool, played the guitar, sang the songs, did well, but no conversation, no nothing. It was just like, come out, play, done. So, okay.
Massey Hall is at least a good venue, though. Massey Hall is built well for that kind of a concert because you can take advantage of what his strengths are, and the acoustics are. The point is, think the Sky Dome. The acoustics of the dome are not great, so you basically need amplification, and you need a certain amount because otherwise the acoustics are not amazing. So it's not going to work if you don't have it set up right.
Yeah, I saw John Cougar Mellencamp at the Dome. Yes, or John Cougar, whatever you want to call him. Who knows? And his play at Massey Hall was good, though.
Sure. Dom here. Good evening. Dirty Harry Mayo commercial needs an Eric Photoshop yesterday. Oh,
wouldn't that be good?
Interesting.
Don't give us any ideas.
I was going to say, we got Photoshop people for that.
It looks like the Chiefs got to stop here. This will be seems like it'll be crucial for momentum if they.
I think they need to get some kind of points, even if it's a field goal, because that'll keep them in striking distance.
A little motivation before
I'd be curious now. This is where Andy Reid will earn his paycheck here, because you want to get some kind of points to go to the half. And then make some adjustments because clearly they struggled mightily to actually. There were 2 consecutive plays where Mahomes was sacked. Like it's not a good performance by the line.
No.
The punt there was that was pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, they're backed up, but they minute 49. If they can move the ball, they're perfectly capable, but they haven't done too much in this game. Right now, Mahomes has 24 yards passing.
That's it.
If they get an interception. That's an interception.
They'll be okay. 2 touchdowns. Yeah, that's awesome. Bing, bing. Tied game. Overtime. Extra time. Yes. Because you got to see it be close. Because if you're not that interested, you want to see a close game.
He got bumped, but even then, that doesn't excuse it. It's a bad throw.
That was not the best.
Yeah, like his leg, literally his own lineman bumps him and knocks him off his platform, but it still wasn't a well-advised throw. It was kind of in the middle of traffic. Good dive by Bond to get it, but he literally got bumped off his platform, so he suddenly was throwing down the middle when he wanted to throw a little bit sideways.
I still remember when Harold Green ran the guard for the Steelers into Big Ben, and then he underthrew that one to Collins on the sideline, where I initially thought, I'm like, oh shit, Mike Wallace is wide open, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, the ball is just that far short, and Collins housed it. That's what that play reminds me of.
Right. That makes sense. Joshua says Chiefs need to double up since they got the ball in the second half. That was before the pick. Dave says it ain't over. This is exactly how Disney movies work. There's adversity and a huge comeback and triumph. Well, like I said, listen, I had it 40-0, so this is relatively minor by comparison. Plot twist. Mahomes turns heel and has a ton on the under. Ooh.
Mm,
That'd
maybe.
be funny. Does his buy the Mahomes dip if he keeps this up the rest of the night? Buy
Yep.
the dip.
I'm just really hoping that we get a 28-3 score at some point.
Let's see.
How much money do you have on it?
I did not have anything on this game.
Oh.
So
I thought about it, but there was a lot of wonkiness in it. I was like, we'll see.
Yeah, pretty wise at this point, but we'll see.
No, before the game, I had the chance because I have my account set up and everything. Before the game, I could have made a wager. I didn't like. I'm when it comes to a lot of those, I will go based on my gut, whatever my gut tells me, and my gut was I don't like it.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel comfortable about any specific outcome. I like to at least feel comfortable with one call or another, and I just couldn't find the angle that I was comfortable with.
Got it.
it looks like the Eagles were comfortable with that play call.
Yeah, it was clean. Clean pass, clean catch, and he just tiptoes it and walks right across the line.
Wow.
So it looks like, again, pending unless they want to get cute, 24-0 is what it looks like at the half.
Yeah.
Go for 2.
You could. 2 would give you a chance for your 28.
28-3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they went for the kick. And it's good.
Oh.
And it's good.
Ooh.
Yeah.
At least he made it though.
Yeah. Did you bet the Gatorade color though? I did not. There's still time for the Gatorade color. There's still time.
Yeah.
That was neutral. Still got a chance.
And you think it would be off the team, but it's not. It's always just randomness.
Someone is playing the Eagles for Juju. Maybe.
Possibly.
Not too impressive, Paul. I got to be honest. That wasn't a very good first half. Still a minute and a half left, right? They're going to get another shot at it. I probably wouldn't throw it down the middle. That's just what I'm throwing out there. But anyway, here you go. Jeff's comment. I like this one. This should be the Lions up 24-0. Thanks, Eric. That's right.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's right. After Eric jinxed Detroit.
He jinxed everybody.
He really does. My favorite part, though, Paul, was that when we did that prediction, I just asked him for a prediction on the one specific
game, and he just Lions are going to Super Bowl.
And I was like, well. So then as soon as the Lions lose, I'm like, I got the clip ready for this one.
Yep. Replay.
2 years in a row, man. 2 years in a row.
That might be worth sacrificing a key on your keyboard to hit that every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Not gonna lie.
Unforced errors are those are always the best.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just like I had somebody that was the dealer last week. I asked about a particular item and he goes, yeah, that's been sitting in there for 6 months. I don't even really want it. I'm like, oh, that feels like an unforced error. Thank you. I'll take advantage of that.
There. Valid.
Did it have a corner ding? What?
No, he's not really a 90s guy, and it was a 90s football parallel or insert. And I'm like, oh, I know enough about these. I probably know who I can flip it to before I even get it. And sure enough, I flipped it over, and it was the genuine one, and I flipped it for some Brett Favre action. So
Score.
Yeah.
that's right. So yeah, that it puts me into this $40 when it's like 100 to 125. Like, yep, we'll take this. Unforced errors.
Can't deny it. And in that vein, I'll just say for anybody in the chat who wants to offload their Patrick Mahomes, I'm in for 15% comps.
And getting back to the show and that guy, I seen a guy picking Gretzky's out of the so he had 70s, 80s, and a lot of 90s in there too, and some in the early 2000s. These guys were just cherry picking, and they wouldn't let you in. They wouldn't. I actually wanted to get one of the bins from underneath. They wouldn't even move their feet. It was like they were just all over. And they're pulling, honestly, a stack that like this of all Gretzky's and whoever. So they knew something. This guy who does it doesn't know really anything. I guess he knows something, but I mean, it's those things just like you finding, the little gem in the pickings, right? So it's always good. Knowing that much more than somebody else, that's great. And when a guy like that comes out of the blue and all of his stuff is just in all good condition, which is very surprising. I don't know where he's pulling all this out of, but he seems like he's an old dealer who's finally getting around to bringing all of his stuff out. And then he spent the time, honestly, I don't know how many 500 count boxes, probably about 10 and 2 rows deep. It was just crazy. And everyone had a brand new top loader and a sleeve. It was because you can feel it as soon as you touch it. It was like, oh, this is brand new. So he took the time to do all of that, put all the magazines in bag and board. It was just like, holy crap.
Speaking of magazines, have you guys seen where you can now get your Beckett magazines?
Where is in a location?
Online?
Sure.
I'm trying to think of what would be funny. I'm trying to think of what would be really funny.
Where you can get them?
Somewhat funny.
The physical copies, correct?
Physical copies.
Where
can you get
under the fiction section? Under the fiction
Costco.
section of the bookstore?
Costco.
Where can you get old Beckett magazines that you wouldn't necessarily think?
Old Beckett?
Old Beckett magazines.
Really?
Where can you get them?
No, that one. Then I don't know.
Yes.
That was
Yes.
different.
Yes. The answer is ComC.
Really?
Of course.
That actually would work.
I'm
for
looking
them,
for a couple. Well, some from 2008 and 7 was when I wrote for them. I tore the page out that I wrote, but I didn't keep the magazine. I really wanted to have the magazines, but
Right.
so I'm trying to find them, but nobody carries them.
I forget what the player I was searching for, but I searched for cards earliest. And because they have like the range on year, like, how if you have index card autographs, they go from 1900 to now is the year behind this item. They had the Beckett magazine over the history of Beckett magazine. And that's how I found it as an oldest search. And the player was on the cover. I'm like, oh,
Nice.
look at this.
Mm-hmm. Plus, there's certain things in certain Beckett's over the earlier years that you would kind of like to reread again.
Were you here for the Lions receiver, Bobby?
No.
I was searching a 10-cent box here today,
Mm-hmm.
and I found a card.
You had a show today too? You went to?
Yeah. There's a local show about half an hour from here, and regardless of if I buy anything or not, it's a half an hour, and it's just
It's a consistent show on Sundays?
This one's every other month.
Every other. Gotcha.
Every other month. So in the 10-cent box, I find a card of a Lions receiver. It's an ultra gold. Okay, fine. Whatever. Not that big of a deal. I get home and I flip it over, and somebody priced it back in 2006 for $42. I paid 10 cents.
Oh, it was 10 cents.
I'm like, this is hilarious. Like, I just want to head through the old magazines and be like, this is the player you should buy. This is hype now. This is not like
it's the Jeff Wilson scenario, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I just wish that he would. I think the reason that the old school guys hate him as much as they do is he teaches hype first and second, and he doesn't actually teach the substance until like later on. And all of us old school guys are like, yeah, this really isn't. This isn't working out.
Yep. He's really here for the money more than anything else. I think he does enjoy some sports, but I don't think he enjoys it. He's looking at it as a business. We've talked enough about him on the show about his wonderful palace in Atlanta, which is a main airport hub half an hour away. Anyways, I just don't see that physical location ever being successful. And he's sunk a lot of money into it. I don't know how many partners he has, but I think I predicted within 2 years he'd be out, and it's only been about a year, right? About now.
It's been a little over a year, yeah.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's just the rules that he teaches only really are for ultra modern, and it's like
I think he teaches nothing. But anyways.
Well, it's basically like a program. It's like a quick guide into ultra modern only sports. It's like,
yeah,
damn it. Like, can I get like any sense of anything else here? And it's just not.
Nope.
He doesn't teach learning about cards first. It's just the quick fix, and like that's it. That's the part I don't like. Like, I mean, I can sit here and flip linemen, like, and there's others who I know that we can flip linemen, and like I can flip, 03 stuff, and just like, and he's only flipping. Hey, you can only flip this. You can only flip this. It's got to be this. It's like, no, it doesn't have to be any way, because anything that you say has to or must, I know I can find something and said, yeah, I broke the rule here and it worked out. And that's what I just don't like about.
It's probably his lack of knowledge anyways.
To be fair, he doesn't need to have it. It's just, I don't like how it's got to be the quarterbacks or the hot shooter in the NBA. It's got to be PSA.
Yes.
It's got to be, it's just like,
it's hype.
Damn it. Like, teach me something here. Like, I want to learn something I don't know, not sit here.
Teach me something.
Like, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I want to have the grading debate for the 1,000th time, or like, hey, who do you think is the hot young player? It's like, why don't we sit here and have a deep conversation on, say, Favre, or hey, these are the cards that were relevant when Favre played, or Barry Sanders, or Jerry Rice, or Rodgers. He doesn't have many collectors, but I'm trying to think of somebody from that era. It's like, why don't you actually teach someone, and then they figure it out on their own, versus just being like, hey, here's the quick rules, invest in it and go make money, and it's all just hot potato on the modern stuff. It's like, yeah, I can't get behind this.
Yeah, I never.
So there's I'm going to read a couple of comments here, but there isn't. The thing is, what you guys were talking about, there doesn't need to be any category. If it's about flipping, you could literally flip technically anything if you got it at the correct price. You could literally flip trash. Boston Bruins cards sell all the time. You could literally flip trash. It's fine. Like, it's not that hard. But again, the important part is what you got it for. That's the part that matters, because if you got it for virtually free or very little, then your options open up substantially. Yeah. If you're buying at almost full price, well, then you better be really sure about what you're doing. Then suddenly the knowledge is even more required. But I could take somebody randomly off the street that doesn't even know what a sports card is, and I could show them how to flip something if you buy it at almost nothing. If you buy it for absolutely free, basically, then making money is not that difficult. You don't need to know a damn thing. Like, you really don't. Yeah. But if you are buying at closer to market price, then you will need to know something, because your knowledge is what's going to make you buy the correct thing that will allow you to then make the money.
And I think that's why the kids get into it so much. It's easy for them because it's current. It's of their time, right? So they're just into flip, and none of them really care about the information of the card. Very few, I would say. Not but it is really a flipping game.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
That's what he teaches, is how to make money. That's why you got to get his app.
Yeah. I wish we just had more who showed up. Like, I wish that, say, like, he has the people inside the office. Like, if Teapot said, hey, we're going to showcase how I build my Drummond collection.
Yeah, it's Andre Drummond. Yeah, the basketball player.
Like, hey, this is how I think about it, and this is how I collect. And then I go, hey, I flip this because I know that someone's got to have it for a set when it's not necessarily me, but it sits there. Like, okay, I've now learned something besides ultra modern hype, and like, it's annoying as shit.
Zach, good evening. So I showed a couple of comments here, but I'll touch on this one. So he says first, Geoff. I actually believe what he says, and people think he's way more educated than he is. Yes.
It's possible.
He claims they're killing it and looking
Not
opening
in
a second
sports
store.
cards.
He'll claim it. Philly Joe, good evening. I can't wait for the first PSA comic book grading fiasco. Yes, it'll be coming. Give it
I
time.
will say though, I know that they reached out to Dakota for flipping advice. Well, not advice. They're like, hey, dude, do you want to be on a show? And he's like, yeah, I flip linemen, and both of them are like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, I flipped linemen and backers and receivers, and like I break all the rules that you guys have out there. And they're like, yeah, we don't know if we want to actually have this show. And I'm like, you actually might want to have them on because the audience might learn something on accident.
Yep.
I'm not sure if the audience actually wants to learn anything.
Yeah, I don't think they want to learn anything. All I'm seeing now is ranting of the PSA changed their grading. That's I've seen 47 videos and I got tired. So
yeah. Will here says
you might not have heard that PSA for the and poof, Jeremy went off last night. Oh my god, I was listening to about 20 minutes of the show and it's like he went crazy.
Wow, well, that was your first mistake, but
I was going to say,
I
have a follow-up question. I have a follow-up question on that, but hang on.
Yeah.
So Will here says, if people think Geoff is educated, they're rolling with an IQ in the 80s. So Will, you found out about the average sports car collector, huh?
There you go.
Just too easy. I just need to point out rule number 1 and rule number 2 exists for a reason.
They call the average sports car collector average for a reason. Yes.
So yes, and
Double
80s might be
entendre
on the
there.
high side. 80s might be on the high side. Just saying.
yeah, the best is when the modern guys look at you and think that you're doing it wrong when you're like, no, I'm actually experienced at this and know how to not fail here, and you're trying to convince me otherwise. But no.
Zach says SCR said the same thing. Flipping is a grind. It's buying 10-cent cars and selling for a quarter. In volume, I think you can. That has been the way historically.
Yeah.
Well, historically, most of the hobbyists were, collectors. Many didn't flip; they would sell some things on, to buy something else. But now everybody, if you're not buying and selling or collecting or flipping, you're nothing at that point, right? So I don't think there's anybody who's not doing that out there.
Yep.
Because everybody
Infinite
wants
range.
to, pay for their collection forward. So I get it.
Well,
As you
considering
just
the
showed
increased
your card.
yeah, but increased cost though is part of it. Like it became doing it out of pocket is possible. Most of my collection was built out of pocket because
Yes.
for many years it was plausible to do that. But now it's like throwing money into a boat. It would probably behoove you to be like, maybe you should cash out some equity in some of the items. If you're buying a collection or you're buying a lot, you grab the card that you want. Like lot buying has been historically a good one for me. I want 1 or 2 cards in this lot. The rest of the lot I don't need. Well, so then the rest of the items can then go to pay back the price of the lot. And sometimes you make a little more. Well, then great. That's a plus. But even if you just get your money back, well, then you got the items you wanted effectively for free.
Yeah.
A little extra effort, but then it allows you then to suddenly have the funds back to then be able to go purchase something else, and you can add more stuff to your thing. And Brendan Ryan is right. Infinite Rage. Big fan of Infinite Rage.
Today, $10. Dion Refractor, Sap Refractor. If I can sell these other ones and keep the other ones for free, excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
The way it works.
It can be done. It can be done.
Knowledge is power. See, at the vintage show, I have it pretty easy for me going around, and you just know what's good and what the price is, and you're fine. And the people who know the cards from the 90s and 2000s, all the more power to them. I know that's what was going on at that table. The guy I was talking about, guys were getting stacks. It's like, yeah, you're buying them for a reason. I was seeing these Gretzky, and I'm going, oh, this guy's got some stuff. And the other guy's just going, yeah, okay, half price, whatever, 50 cents. I don't know. With brand new top loaders, it just didn't
most
make
of the
sense.
Gretzky's now, if it's like an insert in it, you can get a couple of bucks back for it. If you get it cheap enough, it's almost automatically a profit. You will have to do a little bit extra work for it, but it's the same thing. I used the example where I was joking with Eric. For smaller dollar items, ComC works for me because I can give them the small stack of cards and then flip it on there. Yesterday, I had 2 of the wrestling cards that I had in them. I had bought a lot of like 100 Prism WWE cards. And I went through them, but the total worked out to, I think I paid less than 40 cents a card, is what it worked out to for the lot, including shipping and everything else. And I was like, okay, yeah, well, 40 cents a card, that's fine. Almost sight unseen. I did look at it, but the reality is almost sight unseen. It would have been fine. But I looked at a couple of it and I go, you got some prisms in there, a couple things. So I go and I stack up, I grab some stuff. Some of it went in that 25-cent box, Bobby, the one that I used. But some of the other ones I said, okay, these ones are good for ComC. I think these will fit here because it's 50 cents. So I said their intake fee is 50 cents. And I go, let me see what I can do. 2 of them sold yesterday, and they were Prism, an insert. One was Bret the Hitman Hart, and the other, actually, both were Bret the Hitman Hart. But they were Prism. Again, they were part of that 40 cents a piece or under lot. They sold for $4 each.
Yeah, and that's where I think ComC is really good for many people, is that it takes the labor out of the listings, and that you can just go, here you go, see you later.
I just gave him a stack. I just gave him a stack of cards.
You didn't have to put the time in. The time
Correct.
is really that it takes to list. Like, I would never list anything on for under $10. Why would I?
Exactly. For $4 items, a 50-cent intake where you're taking the images, you are categorizing it, you're putting the listing together for me, that's totally worth it. Because then when I put $4 on it, it sells, I made $3.56 total.
And how would you like to go to the post office and have to go to the post office?
And I didn't have to do anything of the sort. I literally dropped it off at the card show in a box, and they took care of it.
Savings. Yeah.
So my time is worth something too.
And you also have probably like 75% of the buyers are non-Canadian, and they're looking at shipping going,
oh yeah,
prohibitive.
Yep.
If you're,
it's a big deterrent right now.
I don't have a problem with flipping dollar stuff on eBay. I drop it off in the post the post box right out here, and I pay I put the stamp on it. Like, it is what it is. But I also have 75, 80, 90% of the guys who buy it are in the States. So I throw a stamp on it, and that's that.
Yeah. And it's easy selling in Canada because we don't have to worry about going across the border. You don't have to pay $8, $9, $10, $11. You can send it for $1.50, right?
If you're selling hockey, yeah, sure, fine. If you're selling non-hockey in Canada, yeah, ComC is really helpful.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
I think it also, to your point, it makes it more palatable for the buyer, because you can say like, oh, but you paid less than 40 cents each one of the cards. That's right. But but I knew it was worth more than that. But realistically, and if somebody wanted to make me an offer, I probably would have accepted the offer within reason. That's completely fine. But the point was, for the buyer, they're like, oh, I actually want this card. For them, they're looking at, oh, $4 isn't too bad, which it isn't. But at the same time, the fact that they were able to buy it directly on the platform, they can consolidate their shipping and then ship it to themselves whenever they want, meant that they were more comfortable hitting the buy it now button and just buying it, which meant a quick sale, which meant I don't have to ship it. I don't have to deal with any of the rest of it. ComC will take care of all that, and I get the money put into my account.
Yeah, and we're kind of losing here on the Canadian dollar with the American. I bought something, was buy now for $40, $16 shipping. So by the time the cash out went, it was $95 with tax and everything. $95 on a $40 purchase. You're sitting there going, oh yeah, no problem. And it's like conversion, tax thing. $95. I went, it's getting tough.
Yeah. So
we will deter ourselves away from purchasing in the US and maybe more purchasing in Canada. And I think that's happening a lot more now. And it's not, most people won't even, in the States, the international shipping where they add the duty and everything. And people don't realize that you can turn that off. I think it's automatically turned on. for United States accounts. If you ship to Canada, you just go through the international program. You send it to Chicago, and they take care of everything, and you paid the $3. But if you get it direct, it's like $27. It's like, it's not even worth it. It's so stupid. And they realize I can't do anything about it. Yeah, there's a little thing you click and turn it off, and then you can sell normally to anybody across the world.
For a show that bans politics, it's come up twice now. You can become the 51st state. We can solve your shipping problems.
That won't solve anything.
Yeah,
I wouldn't trust any other people around here with a gun.
Yeah, I'm not getting rid of the free healthcare.
With the thing is, you would have to. It would go private.
No, I wouldn't. That's why I wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
Right. 51st state. It's a big damn state.
I know. I already solved this, Bobby. I already solved this. We're gonna have 151 states.
How many provinces are in Canada? Like
10.
8? 10? Well, then you can be the
59th there, but 10.
You can be the 59th state, Carlos.
Oh, we can do better than that. We got territories. I can break up those territories. That's it. Those territories are huge. Have you seen how big the freaking you know how big Northwest Territories is? Gigantic.
But there's only 2,000 people living in those.
Yeah, 3 people live
there. That doesn't matter, Bobby. That's what makes it funnier. The Electoral College, the way the Electoral College is set up.
True enough.
I want a whole bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think your problem is you don't have enough states. God damn it.
Oh, what's the population over there? 60,000. Yeah, but without the moose, 4 people.
Listen, this doesn't prevent Montana from being a state. So enough.
1 vote.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't prevent Montana from being a state.
True.
That's right. They stopped counting the moose, and it's been screwed up ever since.
So so I just went and pulled it up here because I was looking at it. So this is basically the same thing that was the case back in 07. What I laugh is that a lot of times people spend a lot of time complaining about, the Canadian dollar thing, what Bobby was talking about. In 07 it was much lower.
Oh yeah.
He was yeah. And back then I'm doing what I do now is I'm selling in American dollars, which honestly works out great. Yeah. So it's when the Canadian dollar is unfavorable, it's like, no, that's time to sell. And I'm not buying. I buy only specific things, but selling is really good.
I have 2 accounts, so I sell American certain things that I know are going to be shipped to the U.S. and likely buyers. Because if you're a Canadian, you're looking at like whatever somebody makes here, they basically make in the United States, right? So let's just put that at equal par. If I know it's going to be sold to America, I will sell something that's maybe the Boston Bruins, dare say the Bruins.
I still debate with,
and I know American. Eric's going to buy it. I'll sell it in U.S. funds at $39.99, which is great. But that's almost $58 Canadian. So someone in Canada is looking at $39.99 or $58. It's like, doesn't seem right. It's not, so you're better off selling there in American, sell this one in Canadian. And then when the Americans look at the Canadian price, it's like, it's not your $39.99. It's like $27 or something, right? So it's like so much cheaper. So you're playing the game. Actually, that's another part of this whole thing is that you play the right positional game it's like strategy, like football. You're just playing the right plays at the right place and the right way to do it. And you end up beneficial that way, or you pay less or sell for more, one of the two. I like selling for more.
How does that affect your ComC accounts?
I don't know.
It doesn't.
I don't have one, so
it doesn't at all. Yeah, it's the ComC account is you basically have you have the total in the account, you have the credits, and then you're buying and selling. Right? Yeah, the account's already in U.S. funds, so you're buying and selling in U.S. funds.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So in reality, it doesn't. Look, Paul. One of my great joys is always listening to people around me complaining about these things. Like, guys, it's like a 10% difference from like 2 years ago. So it's like, oh, but it cost me $100 before. Now it costs me $108. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Would Canadians mind a land swap? Say Nova Scotia for Hawaii. No deal.
We could do that.
I don't think you understand. Hawaii is not cheap. It's not like you're not going to get anything out of it.
You're pineapple.
But you have to get to Hawaii, Bobby.
But I don't like spam. Yeah, I know.
You have to get to Hawaii. Otherwise, it doesn't do us any good.
We can build a bridge.
Build a bridge. The opposite of a wall. Build a bridge.
Yes. Bridge over the River Kwai.
Mm-hmm. Paul says, "Are there any prop bets on whether Drake responds to anything Kendrick does tonight?" There is totally a prop bet for it. I don't remember the verbiage of it, but there is totally a prop bet related to that.
More than likely.
100%. Because people are expecting it. I think that's going to be part of the key to the whole deal. Just makes me laugh. But hey, what it is what it is. No surprises there. I'll actually be interested to see after the fact, because they do. I know they do the ratings, quarterly ratings and hour by hour. So they will have the rating for the Super Bowl, and then they'll have the ratings for the halftime show. Because sometimes, some years, the halftime show is actually done very well. Like it's either held up the rating or even boosted it a little bit if people are really interested. Other years, it's kind of like it drops off for a little bit and then picks back up when the game starts again.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends on the year and the halftime show. But I'm like, I don't really care about this one. I've got it over in the corner, but I'm not really seeing it.
It seems the hype is really not there this year. Or, I don't know. It's just that feeling. I don't know. Whatever is going on in the world. So.
And some years they got Sunday Night Heat going on.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
It's been a long time since that one has happened. Halftime heat.
Yeah, the taped match they put on.
Look, at least that was entertaining. I thought it was funny. I got a kick out of it. That was a good one. The one year they did that. Yeah, Bobby, this one has nothing to do with the state of the world. It's just a shitty halftime show in a game that most people don't give a crap about. Like it's if it was two other teams, I actually think it'd be just fine.
I think so.
Yeah, it's just there's a lack of there's Chiefs fatigue and nobody actually likes the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So you pick two other teams and probably if we had gone with the Bills and commies, the world would be healing. The world would be healing right now.
Yep.
It's not what we got. Instead, we got this. And on
That's
top of
it,
everything
man.
else, it's not going to help that it's not close right now. Like if at least if it was a close game, it would help. And so going to the second half, it's like
how many people have turned off and doing something else?
Well, there's going to be. Listen, I want to see the ratings for the Puppy Bowl. The Puppy Bowl is probably making bank right now.
Maybe better.
Yeah. Well, I know that at least one of the bars in Buffalo is going to be playing the Puppy Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
How many people are watching us? We got 11 watching Scott, and how many people are watching us?
Well, I'm showing 15 right now on my
15. Yep. So that's at least like a third of the Super Bowl audience right there.
Amazing. We did it.
We beat him with the same spread as the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm. Zach says around here, there's so much NBA trade deadline talk. It totally overtook the Super Bowl lead up. Well, yeah, that was the thing. The NBA actually did something like the Luka Doncic trade was actually wild. Everybody's like, why? I don't understand. That seems really dumb, but okay.
Moneyball, I guess.
I just think that, like I said, it is that the matchup is not compelling. I think it took a lot of the interest away from it that would have been there otherwise if it had been something more compelling. Our storylines are lacking because Philadelphia doesn't really have a storyline. The Chiefs' only storyline is the possibility of a three-peat. That's the only storyline they have going into it. The Eagles don't really have any storyline. Oh, but it's a rematch. Do we really care? No, we didn't care the first time. You were just kind of there. So that storyline. So basically, the Eagles' storyline is, well, we beat the Chiefs and prevented the three-peat. Okay, fair enough, but that's not enough to hold a lot of interest.
Mm-mm.
I will say Jalen Hurts, just looking at the stat line, Jalen Hurts has played well in this game. So maybe, Paul, from a card perspective, if you want a storyline, Jalen Hurts. The thing, though, is that Jalen Hurts, his line isn't amazing. He's 11 for 15 with 123 yards, a touchdown and an interception, which is good. It's good. Saquon hasn't really taken off. I think it's just been kind of a consistent game from the Eagles, really. And then Mahomes is just playing terrible. 2 interceptions, 33 yards at the half.
That's bad.
He's just playing atrocious.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that I hope the MVP is not Hurts. I already have to go out and get a Josh Allen rookie for winning the MVP award. I don't want to go out and get a Josh Hurts because he won the Super Bowl MVP, which is also like a side PC I do. Everybody that's ever won.
Yeah. That's kind of neat.
I just don't know who else you would give it to. Saquon hasn't done much. He's at
It's gotta
31
be.
yards on 12 carries at the half. Hurts is not playing great, but he did have a rushing touchdown to go along with the passing touchdown. Like right now, Hurts is the leader in the clubhouse because there just isn't anything else here.
And there's not a single defender that you can say, hey, it's you.
No, it's just, that's why it's funny. Like the game is not close right now, but on top of everything else, honestly, it's not been a good game. It's actually been very sloppily played. Not amazing, just not great. It's been a clunker.
Yeah.
Yep, they can't all be good.
Every Super
Yeah.
Bowl is different. Yeah.
Future face of the league
But we
play,
get to
high
sit
risk.
here and watch the Swifties cry, so it's fantastic.
I have a strong feeling Taylor will get over it very quickly.
Oh, there was actually a prop on if Travis would propose or not.
I'll take
Oh,
the under.
really?
I would take the under right now as well. But the thought was if they won a second one, he would be like, would you marry me? Yes. And then he retires like on the spot.
I think there's a prenup there.
Yes. She's only worth $1 billion, so probably would be wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody looks at her and goes, you have horrible taste in men, and these don't usually work out.
Yeah.
You're going to sign this. But I love him. Sign it. Sign it now.
Well, to be fair, she's still 46 marriages behind J-Lo.
Yes, true.
True.
So like, you know, right now, her as far as marriages are concerned, right now her batting average is right now 0 or 1,000, however you want to play it. She hasn't had a marriage yet, so you
If you're
can't
a
say
billionaire-
failed marriage. It's like can't say that. Like that would be wrong.
She's going for the Charlotte Flair run.
Well, Charlotte Flair is on her third marriage. Like it has like Taylor Swift. As far as I don't think she's actually been married. Charlotte Flair and J-Lo is the real competition.
Yeah, J-Lo's married to everybody. If you're a billionaire, why would anybody ever get married?
Well, you could get married, but you would 100% have a prenup, no matter who you are. Like without context, you would automatically get a prenup. It would just be assumed.
But why bother? At any point, you know, just be together. Doesn't matter. And then when you go your separate ways, take your own money and be gone.
Oh, I think, and now depending on the place, sometimes if you're together long enough, it's common law anyway. So you would still have a little bit of that.
Yeah, the 2-year, I think it is something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So at 1 year, 6 months.
Or you just temporarily relocate. Like, what's the statute of limitations? How much time do you need? How much time do you need to be living
you're in and where? What,
Yeah, but that's Bobby. That's what I'm getting at. How long do you need to be living in different houses for the clock to reset?
Yes, exactly. No,
I'll
we're
visit
in
you on
Switzerland.
weekends. I'll visit
The
you on
chalet in
weekends.
Switzerland was mostly where, but in Switzerland, neutral country. So yeah,
There you go. Name. If you have an awesome car collection, also get a prenup. There you go.
Yeah.
Zach says, what if he was going to propose if they win and they get blown out? How long does he have to wait? You could literally, like, look, if jokes aside, if he had wanted to do that with a grandiose gesture, if they win, if they get blown out, you could literally just propose to her like a week later. Like, it's not like it's not. You just do it. You just do it privately. In
Calm
your own
down and
situation.
just do it.
Yeah, just do it. Just go have dinner, and then do it, and there you go. You're done. Not a big deal.
Yeah, go have
what she
dinner
wants.
on your estate where you have 6, 5-star restaurants.
Bobby, that's what I mean. You could literally hire a private chef.
Basically.
Just go have a nice dinner, and there you go.
Yeah.
No big deal. When she wants half the car collection, it's personal. There you go.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So I think right now, like seriously, Paul, I think the takeaway is congratulations to Jalen. Tentatively, at the half, congratulations to Jalen Hurts fans, I guess ish.
Andy's sitting at home smoking up some of that Pablo Escobar cocaine.
I wonder though, like Andy is a longtime Philadelphia fan though. Like, be serious, Paul. How comfortable do you think it could be? They're like, okay, but this is going really well. When is the shoe dropping? When is the thing happening? When is the earth swallowing up the Eagles whole?
Technically, I can mute Andy in the Discord, so I'm in. But you know, if he wins or he loses, I expect something.
Yep. Well, right now, if he's smart, he's staying quiet. I don't think I've seen anything from him today.
I don't think he's said anything either, which is
Yeah, he's doing the West from the Texas Rangers. He's being wise. It's like stay underground, stay in the bunker. Don't move until something happens.
Do you see the
I'm not gonna
second
blame him.
half? 4 touchdowns in a row. Mahomes gets hot.
Bobby, look,
Now we
I'm
got
serious. Bobby,
No,
I
something
want
weird
this.
shit like that happens.
I think we need look. If there's any truth to the referees fixing it, I expect Philadelphia to get 457 straight flags.
There you go.
Whatever it takes, whatever it takes.
There
But they're
might
going to
be
need some
something
help
coming.
because Casey didn't play well in the first half, so they're going to need some help. Whatever help they can get, they're going to need it.
honestly, I think the problem is the offensive line for them. They can't really hold up. So the Eagles can just sit there and play man and be like, you know what, beat us if you can, because
Survive
don't-
if we let you.
answer put the towel over your head and yes,
Mm-hmm.
beat me if
Paul
you
got
can.
that reference. Paul got that reference. The most exciting part of this game, Bobby, has been me monitoring eBay auctions.
You know, I think that's what the main thing is. Most people are on eBay right now. Hey, it's a good time to get a deal. Well, everybody's watching the intermission.
Yeah, I've just been watching. I've been checking the ComCs. I've been checking the eBays. I'm all over it, man. I got tabs on tabs.
I've noticed that the price on a lot of things that I had on the watch list went a lot higher than than I was hoping, and I'm like, oh, so nobody likes the game and they're spending their money on eBay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'll just delete from watch list, move on. Maybe this one and delete from watch list.
Yeah,
like all the things I had slight interest in Fanatics on. I'm like, nope, unwatch.
Well, so far the only action I've seen on all this is that the offer from Burbank is still sitting at the moment, although it is Super Bowl Sunday, so I'll give them a couple of days. We'll see. I don't know how long an offer sits on Fanatics, so I'm going to be curious. That's part of the experiment. I want to see how long an offer sits before it either deactivates or whatever. So I'll be curious. But I did end up buying a Chosen Rose and they're buy it now. It's a fancy. So I've added a new Chosen Rose into the PC. And it sits in the vault, much to the chagrin of the person who's going to put it there and go, why would you do this? Because I can.
Did Burbank ever get all their singles up on the Fanatic site?
It was always going to be in phases, Bobby. Literally at the very beginning, they said it's going to happen in phases. They've definitely got some up right now. One of the card I made an offer on is on Fanatics as a Burbank card. Mm-hmm. It's literally labeled as such. So they've definitely started to get some on them on there.
Yeah, that's quite a job, actually, if you talk about how many cards they have or that listings. I never understood that move. He, obviously Rob was paid something or given something, because why would you take everything off of eBay and not have it on both platforms opposed to just one? It doesn't make any sense.
Yep. Oh, he got a sweetheart deal for the exclusivity thing.
I'd like to know that deal.
Yep. And also, speaking of, you talked about GOF and everything. Well, there you go. And a successfully executed offensive play. What an idea. What I was going to say was that, I watched the video. So Burbank finally got all his approvals through to open up the new Burbank location. They're going to expand the store and create the Burbank Mega Store.
Oh, copying Jeff Wilson.
Yep. The difference is I have a little bit more confidence in their ability to build a mega store.
Well, actually, it's a different business. Burbank deals with like mega cards. We're talking about volume. We're talking about not high values. Like they're doing on the bread and butter stuff. They're doing a lion's share of great business that Jeff Wilson just doesn't do.
That was his pitch when he was. So the video he did was on his YouTube channel with his daughter, where his daughter's asking him questions, and he basically took her on like a quick walking tour of the space. And the whole idea, he goes, this is where we're going to put. This is literally all going to be boxes of, double shoes and triple shoes and all these big boxes of dollar singles.
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of like where they make their money, because he goes, we literally have tens and tens of millions of cars that will be on this show floor. And then there's the warehouse.
Mhm.
And the warehouse
Yeah.
space will be kind of in the back, but they'll have the space set up with all that stuff. But he wants to basically make it like a card show in a shop that's just running all the time.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly what you want.
I will say that at least Jeff realizes that it's not just a front for selling wax. There's a couple of the shops around here that their singles are just not there. They're very minimal or are straight up trash. And it's just like, if I want to head in, I want to at least have some selection of singles. And I hate the stores that are only fronts for selling expensive hobby boxes or overpriced blasters. I just hate them.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was ahead of their time. Do you remember AJ's Carlos?
What was the name of the store?
So
Was
AJ's Sports Cards. They actually got all the signing guests for.
Oh
20
yeah, AJ. Oh yeah, AJ Sports Card. Yeah. So they were,
they
they were
were
the booking agent. The booking agent.
Yeah, but they were also sports card dealers, and they would have a lot of people. They had a warehouse store, so they had a storefront and then this big warehouse in the back. But off to the one side, the part of the warehouse was a place that they kept all their supply. It was almost like a show. And then they would have signing guests, which was another little section there. So they had the signing guests. It was like a show. You could go in by retail. It was just like they had everything. This is going back to late 90s to 2000 and I think 10 or 12.
Yep. I
So
think
they
I
were
actually
doing it
visited
right.
there. I think I visited that because since you mentioned about the
It was
signings,
Weston Road.
yeah,
And
I think I visited it probably around 04, 05.
so Weston Road and Steeles. And then they moved to right across from York University there. What was it? Steeles and I guess Dufferin.
Right.
Kiel, whatever. Yeah. And they moved there. That was another place that was a warehouse with the storefront and signing guests too. Very nice, but just a weird location too. And now he's just, I don't know, he's downtown and they just get signing guests. They don't really even deal in cards anymore. So just the way the business went. And, his parents died and stuff like that. So Andrew didn't run it very well, I don't think.
Well, it changes a lot of things when you've got all that stuff going on. But one thing I was going to say as well is kind of touching on your point. The biggest difference between Geoff's idea, his vision of his Cards HQ versus what Burbank's doing, is that Geoff is relying a lot more on the breaker cabanas. So like a big section of his business is them doing the breaking in the store, whereas Rob and Burbank don't really like breaking. So they're not going to bother with it.
No, that
So
makes
it's
a lot of sense.
So he's going to emphasize singles because that's where their business is. That's their bread and butter. Yeah, and Jack's thinking same here. Rob doesn't like breaks. He gives up a massive part of the business just because of his principles. I respect that. But honestly, though, it works for him because breaking is now getting very saturated. So in reality, him doing the singles actually makes him separated from the rest.
And experienced, and his technique is different than anybody else's. He has a, whatever.
Well, the other thing is also, to be fair, he actually already, with all the collections he bought years and years and years ago, he has the inventory of tens of millions of singles. Whereas when Geoff opened up his store, they have to go on a buying spree, but they simply don't have the volume to be able to focus on singles. If they focus on singles, it's not going to work because you just don't have enough.
I think you could find enough dealers that are like, hey, how much for all of it? All right, fine. Let's go ahead and work this out.
Yeah, but you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it a card show at a time. You don't want to buy out dealers' booths. You want to buy out dealers' entire inventories. Like if you're going to play that, you need like a tractor trailer full of stuff. Not what you brought at the show. I need, what else do you have in the warehouse? Like I need to buy all of it.
And keep buying it. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's kind of your problem. Because they've had decades to do that. Whereas Cards HQ is starting from scratch and it's too hard. The cost per unit now is just so much higher to do it. Whereas when Burbank was buying it, he bought some of those singles literally for pennies or fractions of pennies in some cases. So he doesn't care if he sells it for 10 cents. He's making 9 cents on the deal. So like, and do that in volume, and it works. But today, that 10-cent single is probably going to cost you 9.5 cents. You're not really making that much on it. It doesn't work.
And plus, one's in Atlanta, the other's in California, so there's a big difference in the marketplace there. So, especially for foot traffic.
But for foot traffic, well, California, because the National doesn't go west anymore, they've got a stranglehold on that area. Very strong with the people that are there. So what does a Philadelphia Super Bowl parade look like? Very similar to a Philadelphia riot, but it's a little bit happier in tone, but the flames are still the same. A lot of stuff still gets lit on fire. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's going to look like if they lost, except they'll be happier in their writing.
Yes.
There'll be a happier tone to the writing, And Paul here with words of peace.
Hopefully the diet goes up.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully, will Jeff Wilson be the Ken Golden for this generation of collectors? We hope not. We don't need another Kenny. We had enough Kenny. That's enough.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Yep. Yeah, and Kenny's still around. So we don't need more. We've already got Kenny.
What time is it now? I can't see the clock.
8:57. 8:57.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to bow out then at 9 o'clock.
Sounds fair. Breaks are great if you make money off the break. Buy it 60% for people who don't like their cars. All the base you don't ship. Yep. Well, that has been a business model.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts takes off. Paul, referees or not, I think Casey's going to have to actually start doing something soon.
Their offense has been not the best, and the Eagles they've been efficient, that they get what's there, but the KC offense has been easily stopped.
Yeah, there just isn't anything there.
Maybe it's just one of those games, The last place team beats the first place team that could never should happen, but it does. And just have that off game.
Well, both of these teams in the regular season were very good. Like both of them are right at the top of the conferences. So
but one's sucking out right now.
Yep.
It's too bad. I like to see a closer game.
I'm just surprised Andy Reid didn't make any adjustments. Doesn't look like they've been able to figure anything out.
It's fixed.
Oh, it's totally fixed. So, Paul, I think it's obvious to me. It's the referees got so tired of hearing this fixed business, they fixed it for the Eagles. Overcorrect.
And I heard the Eagles are bringing in Luka Doncic. I don't know.
Wow.
Durant is joining them for the fourth quarter.
I see nothing that could possibly go wrong with this plan.
Hey, we finally got a Saquon run. It's not even that long.
He just cracked the most yards in a single season. Barely.
Nice.
Yeah, well,
they use the playoffs too for that?
It's a separate record, but yes, you can.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Like there's the regular season record, and then there's like a postseason record. But if you play enough games in the postseason, you could be like, in one season, you accumulated all these yards with all the opportunities you got. So still impressive. It means you played enough to be able to do that and rack up enough yards. So it still counts for something. But
I just realized something here, Carlos, that you will laugh at a little bit. So you know how the SP Hollowview that I got here has the Favre on it?
Yeah, is he winking at you?
No, but
if you go like this,
it's easier if you put it on the phone. I like how you have Favre in a collared shirt.
Yes, it's quite the look for him.
And purple one too.
It's not quite the tractor, but I mean it's up there. That's a good
It's pretty
shot.
good. Look, I'll be honest, Paul. That's a pretty good call out. We do appreciate a proper photo of the not so fella.
Yep, it's like Rivera on the Bowman card. Like, just make sure you dress up today. School picture day.
Decisions were made.
Dress shirt, no tie though.
Hey, settle down. The not so fella's only going to go so far for this.
It's from '96. He probably woke up hungover as shit, and Brenda dressed him and sent him out of the house.
How do you think it matters at this point, Zach? How do you think it matters?
No.
Shit, I'm gonna have to get a Jalen Hurts rookie, aren't I?
At the rate they're going, I don't think you're going to have another option. There's really nobody else that's really lit it up here.
Yep, me looking up 2020 Sage hit. Jalen Hurts.
Woo! Yeah.
Live it up.
Push it, Joff. Push it, Josh. Joff.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's like some random defender. Like,
I just want to see if they push this one in, because if they push this one in, the game's basically over.
Oh,
6 minutes in the third. That's asking a lot. If they can
Yeah.
hold them to field goal, they've got an outside chance, but it's still asking a lot. Still
it's
asking
asking
a
a
lot.
hell of a lot.
what is the cheapest?
They need like 4 Hail Marys.
See, the thing is, I've seen leads like this blown.
Not too often.
Hey,
24 with the
It's
last...
been a while. Been a while.
Yeah. It does happen, yes. Weird things happen.
This guy might be getting my business, boys. Contenders draft, 99 cents.
You can also make an offer. I dare you. I dare you to make an offer. You're like,
Yeah,
no,
no
99
shame.
cents seems a little
You
rich.
no shame.
I don't know. I'll be back in 1 second.
No shame.
Well, I can go 95 with this guy. Make an offer, 0.0.
9.
Offer him 7 cents.
7.
Oh, damn it, he didn't take it. There's a minimum offer in place.
Oh, yeah. You only get so many offers. So you go 20, and then go 30, then go 50, and then go 95, and then you should be okay.
Yeah, the Josh Allen one, like, I literally looked on. I'm like, ah, shit, how much is, like, the cheapest Josh Allen? And I'm like the say, oh, no, I want the football ones only, because there's baseball that shows up too. I'm like, I will not be giving you $4.50 for a Sage hit or a Leaf draft, Josh Allen. I'm like, out of principle, no. Like, it's not happening, God damn it.
Just on principle.
Although Carlos would be happy. I may have to go ahead and get this one with the Chosen Rosen on it.
Mm-hmm.
The round one. Yeah. Like, yep, it's the joys of set collecting, I guess.
It is.
Like,
All I heard was Chosen Rosen, and I was thrilled.
Yep. Oops. Yep. There you go.
yeah, I have to
the beauty of wireless headphones, Bobby. I hear these things.
Yeah, I told you this on Thursday. I'm like, gosh, shit. Josh Allen won. He does technically have a rookie where the Chosen Rosen's on one side and Josh Allen's on the other side. I'm like, I think this is what we're gonna get.
Well, that's the thing with the 2018, because you had the 2018 rookie class with all those players, is that you do have. So I, for the most part, avoided the multiplayer ones because, yeah, Josh Allen still obviously is going to be expensive. If there's any with Josh Rosen and Lamar, that one's going to be expensive. So because the other player will hold up the value and keep it solid. And I'm sitting there like, I'm buying these because they're cheap. It amuses me. So I don't really want to be paying real money for this card just to have it in this, because otherwise you're buying it for the other player.
One of the lessons that I learned in this hobby was remember the Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers fiasco?
Yeah, the trade. Yeah, the trade. I won't play, and then I'll trade.
Yeah, so I got, back in the day, I got the playoff Eli Manning Rivers rookie, thinking, hey, this is the one everyone's going to want. You remember it and all that stuff. And 20 years later, both of them are borderline Hall of Famers, and I sold it for the exact same amount as what I bought it for. So it's like, this is not the one that you want. This is always going to hit the dollar bin, and this thing sucks.
Well, speaking of that concept, since you brought up the trade, so you know how you and Dustin are having your Chicken and Peter Griffin endless battle with the Saints that I do enjoy. Um,
I find
you
it
know what would be
very.
you know what would be the greatest thing ever though? If he gets his dream and the Saints have the pick and they can get Arch Manning and he's like,
And he says
I'm
no.
not playing for the fucking Saints. Get out of here.
When his grandfather was actually on the Saints.
Yeah, but that's why his grandfather was like, "Yeah, I played for the shitty team. Don't do it, son. Don't do it, kid. Don't do it. Nope. Already been down this road. Go somewhere else."
Or the other option is they do draft him and he sucks. That would be that would also be just hilarious.
Both are good, but you gotta admit, like his grandfather talking him out of it goes, "Listen, I was involved with the Saints. Don't do it. Just don't. Nope."
Listen, I've known Loomis forever. I've known the Benson family forever. Don't do it, son.
Yep. Nope. Somewhere else. Pick somewhere else. I hear Cleveland's nice. No.
Yeah, he just upholds the family legacy. When Peyton told Mississippi, they was like, "Nope, I'm going to Tennessee instead." Eli's like, "Nope, I'm not playing for the Chargers." Arch is like, "Nope, screw the Saints. I'm not playing for them." Just holding the family legacy up here.
It's the right thing to do. That's all I'm saying.
Kids, I'm going to be bowing out, guys. Thanks for hanging out.
No worries, Bobby. Take it easy.
Done enough hobby stuff today.
Yep.
So.
Appreciate you and the Garage of Knowledge as always, and we will chat later on.
Did you find anything at that show or no?
I actually bought team bags.
There you go.
So
Excellent.
realistically, the gas it cost me to get out there, $10 to get in, and the $5 for the team bags, they're like $25 team bags. So they must be really nice.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
Ciao, boys.
Take it easy.
He's out, Bobby.
Yep.
All right, 27-0. The Kansas City has them exactly where they want them.
I was gonna say it's not 28-3, but we're close.
All I'm saying is, like, if I'm Philadelphia, I'm terrified. Terrified. Now it's time for Kansas City to get serious.
Yeah, they pretty much have zero room for error here.
Yeah, basically.
Touchdowns every drive. You can't allow more than 27 would be 30. You're already at 4 scores. You can allow 1 field goal.
Yep. Well, the thing is, no matter what, you have to score on the next drive. You got to score on the next drive and get some points on the board already. And do it quickly, ideally. Can't mess up.
Yeah, they're pretty screwed here.
Oh, I think so. Can't pass up 87 top spawns for $1. Still find them. Nice.
I saw a lot of the 9s of that card today. I'm like, you know what? Nope, I don't need that card.
Understandable.
Although I'm also in the mindset of I either want to find one. How can I put this? If I walk into a show, I want to find one thing in the showcase, one thing in the quote unquote enhanced value bins, and I want to hit like the quarter bins and buy like a bunch of stuff and just have some fun with it.
Right.
If they sell, they sell. If they don't, well then screw it. I spent 25 cents on a Bucks refractor and made Ham happy.
There you go.
Like whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, Mike says they have to score in the next 4 drives and stop the Eagles. That's true. They're gonna need to really impress. They've done they did the graphic and everything. They've talked about in the past how the all the KC championships have been where they've made their comebacks, but 27-point comeback is asking a lot. Not impossible, but it's asking a lot.
Yeah.
And technically, now here I'll play this out. This again, it's asking a lot, but I'll play out the hypothetical. So Paul, if Kansas City is able to come back 27 points down, 27-0, to complete a three-peat, then the first words out of Mahomes' mouth had better be like, Brady, you're my bitch. It's like three-peat plus 27 points down. The other one was 25. 28-3 was 25.
Andy's going to be getting high as shit on that Escobar cocaine.
I'm just saying. I'm not. I wouldn't hold out too. I wouldn't hold my breath on that, but it would be very impressive. It's because of the Luka trade. It was too distracting. I know. It's throwing us all off. Josh says all it takes is a few pass interference calls. I think it's going to take more than a few. They need a lot of help now.
What, they fumble or throw an interception on the first play?
No. Josh was just saying, well, it takes a few pass interference calls to try to make the comeback.
Oh,
They're going to need a lot.
Oh, I thought you were 15 seconds ahead of me, and
No, I have not predicted the future on that yet. Right now, the drive just continues. He did complete a pass. That is all that has happened so far.
yeah, I just get the snap right now. Ten-yard play. You're seeing the future, Carlos. You are seeing the future.
I am. Better Rod says, I changed my mind on Flux. After remembering they remind me of 96, 97 Topps Chrome with the greening effect. Ah, there you go.
I can see that. Although Flux is such a low-end product that you can pick that up for free in 5 years. Or it's almost like getting obvious Hall of Famers in color parallels for gem mint status for nothing. This is what I think of Flux.
There you go. All right, I want to see here so there is a flag on this play here. I want to see who the flag goes against because I don't know. It's hurting the narrative. I think we're gonna have to see what happens here.
Man downfield. That's got to be an illegal man downfield. Or defensive holding, because that's
old. I think it's a 74. I think it's a 74. Oh, he had his face mask.
Okay. I thought that would be defensive holding. No, that's a pretty clear hold there as well.
No, it is, but I'm saying the defensive player actually had his face mask just before and then almost tried to do a clothesline. So both those things happened on that play. Zach says, Andy Reid already thinking about his post-game meals. Getting killed, not losing sleep about certain calls. Mm-hmm.
He's just mad he can't eat the second cheeseburger and be like, screw it, I just want a Super Bowl.
That was a dream worth having. And now he's being denied.
I could actually see a scenario here in which Sweat wins the MVP, but it's looking narrower and narrower. If we're being honest about it, I think the actual most valuable here is a player that I was completely wrong about, and that's Jalen Carter. I thought he would be average in the NFL, and he is a monster.
All right. Oh, come on. That's a bad throw.
They turn it over here.
No, they don't, but
he could have hit the receiver in stride and didn't. And he only got the first down. And
yeah, I'd argue it was a bad decision for the throw. Actually, I don't remember if he was on third or fourth down. Regardless, the throw was I understood where he was going with the throw, but the Eagle player had a much better chance of getting it.
I don't know who was open there though.
That's what I mean. Like I think the decision was poor. I think it's a situation where it wasn't going to. What was the best case scenario? And I didn't see what the best case scenario was there.
Because they had the crossers covered there.
Yeah, so it is Eagles ball. It was actually fourth down.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a turnover, but it wasn't caught.
This is where Andy starts getting in the booze.
I think he's trying to figure out how he can climb a grease pole. Mahomes fake injury repeat. Fourth down, yep. Pretty tough. I don't know. You know it's bad when the Canadian one is actually showing Canadian commercials. I'm getting commercials for Crave TV, and I'm like, ooh, Crave TV. Yikes. Fairness, I don't think I'm missing anything, but nonetheless, not great.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Elon ads yet, unless I missed them, but I thought it would be him just being like, yep, this is me, and explaining it, but I guess not. He's not doing that.
Let's see here.
You finding anything on eBay tonight or no?
It's been pretty quiet. I was thinking about bidding on one thing, but I wasn't too into the price that it was at. That wasn't great. Made a couple of offers and some stuff on ComC. That's okay, but it's just sitting. I'm not surprised nobody's responding to that right now. That's okay. Yeah, basically just kind of killing time until the Fanatics auction gets to the actual extended bidding.
Anything besides the Chosen Rosen on there or no?
Pretty dry. I haven't been too impressed with this one. I'm not to be honest though. If they're smart, I honestly wouldn't put anything amazing in the same Sunday as the Super Bowl. I don't think you're gonna have a ton of attention. So it would be like, I think that would be a very rough scene for. It wouldn't shock me if there's some bargains, but I just think the A+ stuff isn't going to be listed this week.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Although, in fairness, I don't even look at Fanatics beyond about 2,000, maybe. Like, I don't even look, and I do like a Favre search, but that's not the same. Like, if there's a refractor from 04 that shows up, like, yeah, fine. Like, who knows?
So Hurts is trying to actually earn the MVP by making a good play.
Here comes my 99 cents on ComC. Look out.
I was going to say, you might have to hit the buy now card now. It's going up.
Hold on. 2020 Jalen Hurts. Lowest price. Whoa, we are safe. There are 36 from 90 cents, and then there are 32 from 95 cents. I'm safe, boys. We're safe. Another 14, and there's another 24 and 44 that are different draft. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're safe from that debacle. Yeah, this is just not a good football game.
Nope, it's pretty much one-sided. There's never been anything going on here. I will say, this game sucks. Is there any hockey on? It was. They finished the games early to get out of the way. There's really only 2 games on. Although Ovechkin did get 3 assists. He got a hat trick of assists. But that was earlier tonight. Let's see. Who predicts a shutout for the Chiefs? I don't know. I don't think anybody did on this one. Rosen is an A+, A-, but not quite A+.
You think they should find him and throw him in for the 4th so that they can score maybe?
Listen, they bring in the Chosen Rosen right now, and he throws 6 touchdowns and destroys Philadelphia single-handedly. All I'm saying is I will be laughing at all of y'all from my mega yacht. Just throwing it out there. It's like, forget about mega bid. It'll be a mega yacht. Oh, you know, it's bad when Dakota is bragging about Jalen Hurts' purchase. It's tough times. Let's see here. So Mike says, an excellent football game. No, this football game's trash. I don't care if you hate the Chiefs. This game is still trash. Even if you hate the Chiefs, you want it to actually be an interesting game because this doesn't do anything. Like I said, Philadelphia winning doesn't mean anything. I'm watching the game right now and I'll forget about it as soon as the game ends. That's what Philadelphia winning means. I was trying to not watch it, but then I saw the score. It's 24-0. Yeah. Well, folks, by the tip. I don't know how much of a dip you'll get. I don't think you can bake in, a fourth Super Bowl. You'd like to have it.
Yeah,
It's asking a lot. Especially, you can't bake in a three-peat. That's not anything. Literally, no one's done it. It's like the first good throw this entire game for Mahomes, too.
I mean, like, I do think that the Prism, are those all silvers that year? Yeah, those are also, like, I do think that the Prism silver for him is always going to be like the football card from that era. But his other ones, I mean, I think the price is higher because he's active versus expecting a fourth and expecting a fifth. And I mean, he's already generational. I just wish that he didn't have 840 different photo variations for for flawless and national treasures and stuff like that, so that you knew you're like, hey, I want this one and not all the other 40 photo variations.
Right. Ham says, how many people start selling Mahomes rookies now? I think the low end stuff probably, but if you're holding the high end stuff, you're not doing shit. Realistically, win or lose, you weren't going to see much. Winning would give you a little bump, but realistically, like you can't expect a three-peat. Doesn't seem, would it have been nice for you? Sure, but you can't sit there expecting it and price that in suddenly.
Yeah, there's only so many folks that are going to be interested in, 10K plus Mahomes rookies. Like, it's a limited number of folks anyways.
Yeah. It's the first time on the Eagles side of the field. I think that's true, actually. Ham says this is the worst Chiefs team they've had in any Super Bowl. That's true. That's what I'm getting at. So I'm saying the getting to the third Super Bowl was actually impressive, considering they had flaws. That's why if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, that's why you were so irritated with losing that game, because this was a beatable Chiefs team that you lost to in that situation. You're like, if you can't beat them this week, then when are you going to beat them?
Yeah.
Philadelphia is coming into this, and they weren't even able to get Saquon off for the majority of this, but they were able to still control the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought they had a shot in the second Super Bowl and the fourth. I may have watched the first one that the Bills were in, but I remember the second one was the first one that I hey, I was here. I watched it with these people.
All right, so that one will count. I just watched the replay. So the shutout is nigh. The shutout has been removed. And that looks like a legitimate touchdown for Mahomes.
Yes. So they're down 28 still. You probably go for.
They are going for two. They are going for two. That was an epic Marconic. OMG from the Burrell. Yeah, looks like no good on the 2-point. The first Bills Super Bowl, they should have won. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
The first one was their best chance. That was the one. I need some more points to I need some more points to cover the over. That's true. You're getting closer.
I think they were favored in the second one. I know they weren't favored in the third and the fourth, but I know they were. I believe they were favored in the second one.
This is where I know he's not going to do it, but this is where, since Brady is on the broadcast here, this would have been the situation where, like, man, I haven't seen Kansas City get beat down this badly in the Super Bowl since I did it. This was it. This was it, Brady. This is your moment. You could have literally been like, man, I haven't seen Kansas City get a whooping put on them in the Super Bowl since I did it. Somewhere in the distance, hand would be like, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Hey, remember when Mike Evans was open and somehow we created a hole for Leonard Fournette? Like, he finally found the hole for the first time ever. Yeah, that was me.
Yep. He had no chance against the Cowboys. Yeah, Juju folks.
One of the things here that I think that will screw the Chiefs over, if you noticed on the drive, the Eagles, they played a whole bunch of zone and it didn't work out. And they basically whooped them by playing man. So I got to think that the Eagles are going to be like, you know what? Screw it. We're playing man every play.
Yeah, they had the celebrity cameo section too.
Man, Rudd hasn't been that upset since. Oh wait, never mind. We agreed not to bring certain things up on the show.
Indeed. Sam says Brady's watch looks horrible. It's probably 100K. He's got a lot of those. I think they actually had an auction for some of Brady's watches recently, and a lot of them were very expensive, and some of them were really ugly.
That's right. He probably stole it when he ripped off Eric's friends. He stole that money and he bought a watch instead.
Right thing to do. Like I said, I've warmed up to Brady in the recent years because he stole from Eric's friends. Brady Ryan says after watching this game, the evil one will consider coming out of retirement just one more time. Maybe. He can do it for the team he owns.
Brady. The other thing that Brady could have said was, hey, remember when I was behind by 4 scores in the Super Bowl?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, I thought the opportunity was there. When they were down 27-0, I liked their chances. Down 33-0, less so. Tough times, tough scene, man. Tough scene. Bills lost to New York, Washington, and Dallas. Who was their fourth loss? Wasn't it Dallas twice?
Yeah, Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Dallas twice.
First one was New York. Second was Washington. Third and the fourth were Dallas.
Yeah, I remember those ones.
The first one was the Michael Jackson won Super Bowl, and the second one was in the Georgia Dome. That game was actually close at half, despite nobody expecting it. And then the Cowboys just walked away in the second half.
Yeah, by the time they got to that one, like I said, the best chance that the Bills had was the first one. The first one when they had the the ball was there on what's his name's foot. That was their chance. That was it. The wide right. If they had gone through, you win. That's it. But all the other ones, not so much. You struggled for most of those ones. And like I said, I think the Bills' fortune. There's your alternate reality where the Bills win that Super Bowl. If that happens, they don't get the 4 straight. They might win one more, but if they win that Super Bowl, it changes a lot of the trajectory of what happens with that franchise. But they never got there. Yeah. Zach says not surprising news, but any thoughts on the Rodgers Jets news? I was not shocked by this. The Jets are like, please go away, sir. We're done with you.
They don't want the salary behind it.
No, they don't. But like, here's the thing. Rodgers at this point, like, you tried giving him everything he wanted. You still sucked. I want that guy away as far away from my whole building as possible. I like somebody else can deal with him. You do whatever you need to do. Please go away.
Yeah. I don't think he was terrible this year. I do think that the offensive line was a major hindrance on the team, but
there were stretches where he also played bad.
Yeah, like I don't know who accepts him and is like, "Hey, start for us." Maybe Minnesota, and he fulfills the prophecy. But
I think for the memes, we need Minnesota. I think that's it.
yes, Raiders, I can see. Although the Saints would be funny as hell. We could absolutely troll Dustin. That would be funny.
It would only be peak funny, though, if Rodgers goes there and immediately starts bitching and moaning about New Orleans. So that Dustin could spend his time fighting the urge to defend his team with the urge to be like, what? New Orleans? And he just like continuously goes all the way through it. See, but the thing is, my favorite, and you can always bring it up at some point between your Peter Griffin chicken argument, because he always talks about how, picking a team that has won all those championships is not like this big thing. And I go, well, you weren't born in New Orleans, so why'd you pick a losing team? You picked the dumpster fire on purpose.
What do you think the odds are that Stafford hangs him up, Rodgers wants to go home, and he plays for Los Angeles next year?
That would probably work well for him. He might like that. I don't know if it would work out, but it would at least make sense from his perspective. Does Rodgers play next year? If the Jets gave him enough bile, maybe, because he is a vindictive bastard. So like, if you motivate him with vengeance, that is a thing that does motivate the darkness.
Yeah.
So it is a possibility if it was played the right way. We don't hear all summer about how he won't retire. Who cares? Yeah. Saints would be great. I agree. Brendan Ryan Steer saying, hasn't Dustin suffered enough? And Ham is giving the correct answer. The answer is no. There is no amount of suffering that is ever enough. Ever.
No, he roots for the Saints. That was a poor life decision. Although, related news, remember when a certain card influencer, YouTuber, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when he was really high on Carson Wentz?
Oh, that's friggin' Roth cards, right?
No, the Eagles are winning the Super Bowl with a somewhat mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
No, we know this person personally, not just Roth.
Oh, I was gonna say, but Roth was definitely one. But yeah.
Yeah, he might have been. I didn't follow at all back then.
He's run through like 4 or 5 quarterbacks. Right now he's on the Commanders. So like, it just depends on the direction of the wind. There's been a couple different ones. But I know Carson Wentz was definitely one.
There is a person whose Discord server we may be in that was very high on this person, and I was like, no.
You mean former YouTuber? Ex-YouTuber?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Maybe.
I do think the drive here really kills any shot. If they get a first here, it's basically over. Because it's not only the drive itself, it's the fact
it's over. It's over.
Block.
It's over.
Oh, they get a first here?
Mm-hmm.
How the hell they get a oh, okay. Yep, that solidifies that's really solidifying my 94-cent Comp C purchase.
Oh, I like this.
You think
even ComC's getting in on this. So check this one out. So this is ComC's latest Instagram post. Hold on. When you open one hobby pack and don't get the case hit. It's bad when ComC is using Kansas City Chiefs memes to get it over. And the thing is, so to be clear on this, let me kind of solidify my position on this matter. I am not in the anti-Kansas City contingent because I like the possibility. History was at least intriguing to me. Philadelphia winning does nothing for me. However, the reality of it is that Kansas City, their fans like to be insufferable, but that's basically what's happened with all of them. New England fans were insufferable when New England was good. So it's kind of the way it always works. It's the nature of decisions. It's always been this way. But it would have been more interesting. It would have been more interesting if, regardless, I would have preferred a better game because this game's just shit.
Yes.
Speaking of poor life decision, where's Eric? He's watching the game probably with his mom. Super prediction this year: Tampa versus Cincinnati. Let's nod and say we did. To be clear, correct. Correct.
Oh, I got all excited. I checked my email and saw you finished the sale. And it was the card I wrapped up an hour ago. For shame.
For shame indeed.
I shouldn't have sent him that 5% off because the card was an Eagles card. I should have made him fucking pay more. Despite the player not being on the roster and hasn't for a decade and a half.
It's tough times. Tough times. More than anything, what's funny, the only thing left at this point is just to see how many points the Eagles can put up.
Yeah, how bad is it?
Yeah, and I would like to see if Kansas City can manufacture at least one more score of some kind. Let's see if we can get Josh the over. That's basically all we're looking for now.
What is the over at this? What is the over under on this game?
So I think he said that the over he had was 48. So right now you'd be sitting at 43. Yeah, so
40.
you need more.
So he does make the kick.
Yeah. So 37.6. So that's 43. You need
31.
more.
You're still at a.
Oh, Josh says 48.5. Yeah, you need a touchdown.
You're still at a 4 possession. Although you're not going to go for it in that spot. So yeah, that's a good move.
Yeah. Brendan right here says Taylor Swift curse. Wasn't she with Kelsey last year?
She was. She walked
so,
out the field with him.
Yeah. So she'd be 1-1. That's not much of a curse. I just think it's really hard to win 3 straight Super Bowls given nobody's ever done it.
Yes. I was going to say, the Packers, did they win?
They won 3 championships.
They won 3 Did they win the year before the Super Bowl?
Yes, I believe they did.
I know they won the 3 in the Curly Lambeau years. Actually, they should have had 4, but they counted the standings wrong in 32. Yeah, they would have had it if the Super Bowl was 1 year earlier. They would have had 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that basically that end era was the one where they did have that. I'm just gonna see if I can find it here. NFL.
Yeah, 65, 66, and 67.
Yeah. So
They
that
also
was
had-
the last time that anybody won 3 in a row of any kind.
Yeah, they also had the 29, 30, and 31. And if they would have counted the standings the way they do now, because the tie system, they would have won 32 also.
Yep.
Which I believe
So,
would be the only four-peat in league history. If it was that.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
That's
Because even the Steelers had their 4 Super Bowls in the 70s, but basically I think they did 2 and 2 with a break in between. I think that's some kind of deal. That was the deal, if memory serves me.
Yep, that's right. The audience here is going to be learning about Arnie Herber, Don Hudson, Curly Lambeau and Clark Hinkle. Listen up.
I'm gonna need you to sprinkle in a little Red Grange. Otherwise, your doppelganger will be disappointed. Michael Ham says commercials have been shit. So is this like in all things considered, is this the most disappointing Super Bowl like in a very long time? Like I said, that Patriots Rams Super Bowl was actually garbage.
No, the Broncos and the Seahawks was worse.
No, but stick with me on this, Paul. What I'm referring to is, I mean, overall, top to bottom, not just the game, but the commercials have been shitty. The halftime show, questionable. So it's like, this is just like, even the other things that sometimes people watch for, and there's no halftime heat. So like, we're struggling here. The struggle is real, man. There's not much redeeming qualities we got left here.
I'll go get the chairs and the handcuffs.
Probably the right thing to do. But Ryan says the fans will be looking for a scapegoat. If this is scripted exact, that's what I'm saying. So much complaining about the referees. The referees are like, we're going to fix this for the Eagles. Take that. Disappointing? Were the expectations that high? I think the expectations were for a better game than this. I don't think I saw anyone who predicted a 31-point gap right now.
Yeah.
I don't think, regardless, if you had said Kansas City 37 and Eagles 6, I don't think anybody was calling that. It's not been, I don't think anybody was going that route.
I'm actually floored that the Eagles ran zone there. I mean, it's going to work out because that was a hell of a hit, but I was really hoping I could buy a Josh Sweat rookie because he would be Super Bowl MVP, but nope. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that was him on the hit. Who's 93?
You mean 98?
No, 93 caused it. I don't know who 93 is. I don't think that's Davis. Yeah, I don't know who 93 is. Oh, 93 also jumped on it. Would you look at that? The flag's after the play. Yeah, the flag's after the play.
Yeah, so let's see here. This has been Garbage the Game, halftime commercials. This show has been the best thing. Listen, we tried. We tried, man. We figured, I honestly figured that some people would not be too keen on listening to this thing. And once it got out of hand, it was like, yeah, you're not going to get much out of that. I'm sorry. At that point, we may as well do an auction watch along. Problem is, there's not too many good auctions going right now either. It's a tough. Everybody got out of the way. The sad part, Paul, is that everybody got out of the way to give the Super Bowl, the room because they figured everyone would want to watch the Super Bowl, and then the Super Bowl is a complete bust.
Yeah, yeah. I actually had the foresight to, because I was working for a fantasy football, working for a fantasy football site, and I'm like, hey, you guys are getting into like Top Shot, which is shit, but you guys don't know it yet, and it turned out it was shit. I actually had the foresight, and I'm like, hey, this is my thought with like G-off and stuff like that. It's like, hey, why don't you do auction watch-alongs and do, hey, this is why this one sells for so much more, and make it like Pawn Stars. And they're like, oh no, no one would ever watch that. And I'm like, you fast forward like 3 months, and there's Therapist and Floating Head doing it, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I did have a concept there.
And which year was that?
That was I had the thought, I'm like, hey, you should put like Heritage or like the Golden Watch Along, and the guy who owned the site didn't want it. I'm like, you think that somebody would watch this, and he didn't want it. And like 3 months after it, you saw Floating Head and Therapist have their auction watch-alongs. I'm like, yeah, maybe that concept was more on than he thought.
Well, you know who it never took off, but you know who was on that pretty early and tried it out? 90s B-ball cards. So Jake from 90s B-ball cards had a couple of auction watch along where they did a live, where they brought some people on and they kind of had a panel while they were watching some of the auctions and talking through them a little bit. And he tried it a handful of times initially, but never really stuck to it. And then later on, it would become a thing. But at the time, they had a little panel with a watch along thing and if you had the right people to comment on those things a little bit, I think you could make it work. I just think the format became really lazy when the auction houses kind of took sponsorship of it and it became a little different.
Yeah.
Last halftime show I watched was The Who. There you go, Mike. So what year was that? Which Super Bowl? Do you remember?
I simply saw it as a way that you could teach the audience versus just have the dumbass flipper rules associated with it. And I'm like, okay. Nobody wants, okay. Well, I tried and it got some traction, but it is what it is.
Yep. So I think based on where we're sitting right now, I think Jalen Hurts would be my leader in the clubhouse to win that MVP. I think he's pretty much got it sewn up. I don't think there's anything really. I'm still not excited by his stat line, but it's good enough. 2 touchdowns and a running TD, so like hard to argue.
There is another legitimate threat here for it. Beef, which you know is Matt, he just let me know that they're officially giving Sweat 3.5 sacks.
I don't think that's going to be enough. They really do like quarterbacks. Like it takes a lot. I'm just saying it takes a lot.
I'm just saying it's not as open and shut as we want to think.
We'll see. We'll see. Josh here says, "Is the therapist guy ever returned us for his megabits?" Alas, no.
This is funny.
Okay, let's see. What does it say? Breaking news from Shams. I can see it's Anthony Davis, but I can't see what it says.
Out for a month.
Already? What did he do? Hurt himself watching the Super Bowl?
It's possible.
He threw the remote and pulled out his shoulder or something. I can see that being a thing. Abductor strain. Good Lord. Maybe he's getting up to grab the chips while watching the Super Bowl and pulled his abductor. All right, so Philadelphia's going for the field goal. The field goal would get it up to 46. This is coming down to the wire. If Josh went the over at 48.5, Paul, this is the worst. I hate when you're creeping up to it. That's terrible.
Although, in fairness, the Chiefs are either they won't be kicking from here on in, so they're going for it all. And
well, basically, if the Chiefs score, Josh is good because now he's at 46. So the Chiefs, truth be told, like here's the thing: a field goal would do it. It would get him to 49. But really, if you're the Chiefs, you're going for a touchdown. That's basically all you've got. You've got to go for the touchdown. And like with 8 minutes left, I don't think it really matters. You get a touchdown and a 2-point, you're at 14 points. You're only down by 26. You're screwed.
Who has the bet here?
Josh.
Josh, I hope you cover this with 2 safeties.
Sure. Well, you know what else would do it? Pick 6.
Hopefully by Sweat, because that means I could buy a Sweat.
Then you can live the dream, sure.
And not a Josh, not Josh, Hurts. Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. They got one good game out of him. Yeah. Here we go. AD got hurt and left the game in his debut yesterday. Backward slide on defense and strained it. So you're saying the Dallas Mavericks dream? My favorite part, Paul, of the whole Luka trade was that the Dallas Mavericks GM was trying to pitch it like, we're here to win now. And we need, it's like, he'll help us with the defense and all this stuff. And I'm like, but Anthony Davis always gets hurt. So he's literally not going to play for you. It doesn't matter. Defensively, does he help you? Sure. Can he contribute? Look, assuming he plays, can he help you? Sure. Absolutely he can. But the point is, if he plays, If he doesn't play, he's not doing shit for you. You literally got nothing. But okay. That's okay. The Eagles will institute the prevent defense so the Chiefs can score at least 14 points. Yeah, that's basically all you're banking on here.
They
Josh,
they did get the strip sack over cover 4 zone, which is basically prevent.
Oh yeah. So Josh here says, if a team gets a safety and it's over, I will be upset. I would be upset too at 48. 48 and a half over under. Who's the Chiefs backup? Want to see him in the game? Yeah. At this point, you need some. Name says Dr. Brian Suter. I've actually seen his stuff. Breaks the anatomy of sports injuries really well. Yeah, and he's on it. Like if somebody gets injured, he's making a video fast. He's very good at it. Mavs fans hated the trade, and then this happens. Yeah, just gets worse. So based on the graphic here, it's saying 2.5 sacks for Sweat. Did he get credit to a third and a half?
That's what I got tagged.
Yeah, I'm seeing 2.5. I'm seeing 2.5 right now on the screen. So those are defensive leaders currently. I don't know. Ham says February 25th, Lakers Mavericks will be the most watched game of the season. It would have been better if hopefully Davis is actually playing. That would make it at least a little bit funnier. As long as Luka's there, it'll be fine, but it would still be funny. Josh, is the NBA scripted as well? All things are scripted. The only legitimate thing is professional wrestling. Everything else is scripted. Cody Rhodes is just the best wrestler. Everybody knows that.
He's still had the same character for 10 years now.
He is literally the dullest human being on the planet. I was like, at the end of the day, good for him. He got what he wanted, and I'm like, I have no issue with that. But I argue with my buddies, and I'm sitting there like, guys, I'm not arguing from a WWE versus AEW standpoint. I actually hated him in AEW, the whole thing. It pissed me off at every turn. Like I'm sick of this guy when he started. I was on this train. This is like Fishboy. I was on this train early.
Well, the fans there had Vince want the heel to win for so long that they will take any face, and it's like, oh, you're the hot young new thing face.
Yeah, I was gonna say only approaching your mid-30s, super young.
Yeah, so that's why it works out, and now they have this Rumble that, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know what they're thinking, but they're going. I don't know. So who knows? Maybe it wasn't just, we'll see. Everyone's like, oh, well, Triple H shot cooks with gas. I'm like, maybe he just inherited a situation where everyone just wanted Vince out, and maybe. Well,
look, I'll give you an example right now. I'll give you a good example. What if somebody goes in and takes over as general manager of the Cleveland Browns right now, and the first thing they do is come up with some wild fanatical trade where they get rid of Deshaun Watson and they get back a half-eaten Snicker bar? All of a sudden, the Cleveland Browns fans will be like, "You are a god!" Like the bar is so low that all you have to do is just improve the most obvious problem they see, and they will literally worship you.
Yeah,
it's not like you need to do a lot. So at that point, it's like, you got rid of our biggest problem. We're your biggest fan already.
Yeah.
Namir says, this is all a simulation. Truth. How else do you explain the Mandela effect and lizard people? And Ham agrees. I figured Florida man would agree.
It's somewhat like the NBA's issues. Like Adam Silver he walked into a, can you clear this? And he's up here. But now the NBA figures out that he's not actually good. So it is what it is. Although the NBA has been screwing themselves over for like a decade and a half now.
I think a lot of these sports are going to struggle a bit, because I was having this conversation with Bobbles the other day. and he was explaining, the issues that he has with football and all that, which is fine, no problem there. But I'm sitting there going like, okay, and I'll do the same thing. Basketball is not my favorite. I don't watch a lot of it. I understand the argument of like, oh man, but they're taking all these 3-pointers. I'm like, yeah, but they're making them. Oh, but it used to be, it's like, but the thing is, if you get more points by shooting the 3-pointers and you're making a high enough percentage, if you're a team that wishes to win, you should take more 3-pointers. It's like, oh, but it's not as exciting. Then ban the 3-pointer if it makes you happy. Fine, but like, don't pretend that it's not the correct move. So there's another pick. Did anybody touch him? I'm curious. You do have a flag, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see here. WWE released a handful of wrestlers I saw. Yeah, I did hear about that. I saw a little bit of the list. We'll see what happens. I think it'd be good for a couple of those folks. Because some of those folks were literally just sitting in catering, waiting to do something, and at least it gives them a chance. All right, so the flag pulled it back. Need a new dominant character in WWE. It's too recycled. Cody Rhodes was supposed to be the new dominant character. He's only been there for like 2 years.
I lost a ComC auction, so I wasn't totally following that.
No, so Ham's just saying, need a new dominant character in WWE. It's too recycled. I'm like, Cody Rhodes was supposed to be that. He went away for years and came back only like 2 years ago. Ham, if it's only been 2 years, like, so what does that mean? We need somebody new every 6 months? Like, what are we doing?
Just say, who's the closest thing to an alien? Oh,
Chris Statlander had an alien gimmick.
Somewhat, but I was going to say that's not even the closest one that we have. But she doesn't get TV either. Do you know who I'm thinking of? She hasn't been on TV for 2 years, maybe 2.5 at this point.
Which company was she with?
AEW.
Oh, Abaddon? Well, she was a zombie, but not an alien.
That's the closest thing we got.
Yeah. But if we use a zombie or that kind of thing, Rosemary in TNA technically was possessed by a demon.
Just get the Shockmaster back.
Dude, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. There is, I think with Topps Chrome, there is an autograph from Tugboat, and it literally has the Shockmaster on it.
Nice.
And I was like, yes, Topps, this is what I want from you. You give me Shockmaster, that's a win already. I'm gonna see if I can find it now that I'm thinking about this.
There was somebody who had customs at the show today, and they had Diddy Freak Off kabooms in their showcase.
I see. Interesting.
I did not purchase one, but I thought about it.
Sure, I'm sure you did. Here it is. I got it. Okay, sorry. So it's an insert. It's called Shifting Gears. And what they'll do is they'll show somebody, but then they'll show a previous iteration of their character. That's usually what they're showing. For Tugboat, they literally used the Shockmaster. And I was like, yes, this is justice right here. I'm so happy.
So you do have Isaac Yankum, correct? On that.
So I gotta look and see. I don't know if they actually used them in there for that. But here. See this? Bam.
In the one and only photo that they have, because the other one is his actual face.
Yes, I know. You're not getting more. Like, take what you can get, man. We got the Shockmaster. Who cares?
I love how everyone else on stage broke character when that happens, except for Sting. Sting was sitting there like, nope, I'm not breaking character for this. I'm not doing it.
Ham here says, can they give someone a superpower to use in the well, technically the Undertaker could shoot lightning. Kane could get flames to count him on the turnbuckles, and Bray Wyatt had powers for like 5 minutes until it wasn't narratively convenient.
Yeah.
Customs are better than the crap the companies make. Low bar, but sure. All right, let me see here.
Oh, the Chiefs thought they were getting it. Josh is not happy with that call.
For his sake, I do want them to get this thing, but it's proving tough.
Yes, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So whatever makes whatever makes Josh happy, then pisses off Eric.
That's what I'm saying. Look, at this point, there's really no harm. A Chiefs touchdown doesn't hurt us, and it doesn't hurt anybody in any way.
Yes,
Gives Josh the over. It's a win-win.
Except the people that have the under. Yes,
we're not worried about them. Let's see here. Got to show off. You can switch between scrimmage. Yep, that's what I do. That's what I do.
Yeah, I think the only intrigue left is it Hurts or anyone else, and does
I see touchdown. I sees touchdown.
But is there a flag?
Doesn't look like it this time. Let's see.
That's pretty clean.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, and good for Hopkins. Good for Hopkins getting a little something there at the end.
I was hoping that DeAndre Hopkins would win one, but just not with the Chiefs, because
this case, there's no danger of them winning this one. They're a million miles away. But good for him getting a touchdown.
Yeah, he has won me so many fantasy championships and stuff over the years that, I think he is a Hall of Famer, but some of the guys do not agree with that sentiment. So, okay.
Here you go. They missed the opportunity with Vinny Vegas on the Kevin Nash shifting gears. That is true. Just cash the over. That's how you turn $1 into $1.85. Don't spend it all in one place, man. Don't spend it all in one place.
Hey, I'm gonna need that so I can get a Jalen Hurts rookie off of Comp C.
Massive. Did I see Gary V has VTV now? Maybe you did, but I didn't see it, and I have no idea what you're talking about. But sure, I believe you. For the sake of this conversation, I'll say I believe you.
I watched him on Friday on the stock market channel in America.
What's he selling this time?
He was saying our Super Bowl ad's worth $8 million, and he said, if you have a solid ad behind it, yes. But if you're just going to run the same ad, no.
Right.
Which is fine.
Yeah, gotcha.
Just here. I mean, as a Budweiser shareholder, I would probably like them to do one every year, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, as a Budweiser shareholder, they can pull their head out of their ass whenever they want. Yeah, this game is over. Whatever. I got the ad on the far of PC this weekend. It was a good weekend for Old Favor. I don't have a Z Folio, but if I did, there's good stuff for it.
Yep. Oh, I was just getting caught up on a little bit of unnecessary dramaticness, and now I'm very amused. Here we go. Fanatics Sportsbook probably made billions today. Never bet against the house. Yeah, it is true. Eagles win. It's Eric's fault. It's always Eric's fault. Always. Never a doubt. Oh, it's time for the Gatorade bath. I think I see the color. Yellow or lime green, whatever you want to call it. Did are they mentioning in the commentary? I think I just heard that.
Oh, this has become a much more known prop than.
Oh yeah, it's like, look, that's the one of the props. Like if you're somebody's gonna name off a prop bet they know nothing, they'll call about the Gatorade one or the Anthem. Those are like two, or the coin toss if you really want to be lazy. But like those are the most obvious ones.
Yeah.
Zach says we hit the light because Eric sucks. Facts. Facts.
I don't like how he had his hoodie somewhat up so that his hair didn't get completely soaked. I mean, if you're going to have it, just, go for it, dude.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I like how he knows what's happening. He's like, I hate my team. And he's like, oh, wait, I actually really like this. This is awesome. I want to live this moment forever.
Oh, the end of the game?
So the Chiefs don't have any timeouts left, so they technically have to come back from 26 in 1 minute and 20 seconds, if my math is right. Or no, they have to run a play before the 2 minute. Well, they get the 2 minutes to 4 scores, 2 minutes. I don't like their chances.
To the 2-minute warning. The Philadelphia Eagles, 2 minutes away from celebrating. These are champions.
You know how we, and by we, I mean I, make fun of the Saints for being a bad run team?
Mm-hmm.
Just remember that the Jaguars gave Gabe Davis 3 years and $37 million. And the Eagles gave Saquon 3 years and 36. Oops.
It happens. It happens.
But yeah, this is why certain organizations are not good. They suck, and then they have to overpay in free agency, and then they wonder why they only get players that are interested in playing for the paycheck. And once they get it, they quit, and then they wonder why they continually suck. Because they then don't have the money that they can spend, and the players are quitting on them. Like, excellent combination here.
I have to say, I agree. Let's see here. And Shakespeare from Eric is like math from Terrence Howard. Here we go. Hold on. Let me get caught up. I'll go back here. Eric's probably riding. Yeah. Well, he's watching Super Bowl with his mom. He usually watches all the playoff games. Hurd, Smith, Brown, all SEC boys. Is Eric joining after the game? I don't know. I'll ping him and see. Eric forgot to bribe the referees? Maybe. Shakespeare from Eric's my math from Terrence Howard. Cover that. Same time as the Chiefs against the Bills. You should take them to the 2-minute warning without a penalty. On parlay, Taylor Swift breaks up with Kelsey. Chiefs get a rebuild, and Trump gets executive order regarding the Super Bowl. What for? Ben Eagles fans since day one. There you go, name. Stay consistent. Hashtag on brand.
I mean, I guess we're happy that a team in green won, but
I don't think
That's all
the
we
thing is, I don't think you need to. I don't think you necessarily need to rebuild the Chiefs. You know what the issue is? You've got your other components in place. You just replace. You swap out players. They're in a better position to be able to set themselves up again.
yeah.
Yeah. The reality, though, is it is actually very difficult. Literally, no one has ever won 3 in a row. Even getting the 3 in a row has actually never happened, other than the Bills who lost 4 in a row. So even getting the 3 in a row has not occurred other than that, especially after winning 2. And the Eagles this season have played extremely well. And the Eagles have been in position where they were one of the best teams coming out of the NFC, and they managed to get through it. Detroit had their chance, but Eric destroyed them. It happens, man. I don't know what to tell you.
One of the best seasons in NFL history, got the most rushing yards in NFL history, regular and postseason combined. He did that 72 yards and make a 57-yard run.
The only drama left is who gets the MVP.
They're going for this? What are they doing?
How good does that feel? Yeah, it's a great feeling. Look at that. Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat, defensive line, the story of the game, 6 sacks.
Oh, there you go. One garbage time touchdown at the end.
Is Mahomes in still? Yeah, he is. I was gonna say this is why I was absolutely shocked that they went for it on 4th. Like, I know it's not a large percentage here, but you want to give it up at midfield? Like, okay. And they convert there. And yes, I do have a Nick Foles rookie because of that.
Yeah. Listen, I prefer to pick Nick Foles anyway. Like, at least when the Eagles won and Nick Foles was quarterbacking, it was the performance warranted it. This is kind of like, yeah, I guess we have to give the MVP to somebody, so I guess we'll do it.
Yeah, the general defense is not an option here. So
yeah, it's not. You're not going to get that. It's not going to work.
and they get it, and the game's over. Unless they fumble the snap, which would be hilarious. All right. How long you planning on staying on this thing?
I think the game now is over. I think I think for the most part we can start winding her down. I don't think there's really anything else going. There's not really much of a post game. It was pretty much one-sided from the get-go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, 33-0 at one point. Final right now, 28-point difference. Pretty much a blowout. Hertz probably has secured the MVP, but not terribly exciting. Congratulations to Andy. Hopefully, he's not trying to climb a greasy pole. Hopefully, they haven't set the entire city on fire yet, but maybe soon.
Hopefully he eats some horse shit though.
Seems to be an issue. Yeah. How's the Discord handling it? I haven't checked in a little bit.
Nothing.
Nada. Yeah, that was the thing. Like the actual conclusion of the game didn't get anything in there, but I don't know. We'll see.
Although whenever I can use the one of the DiBiase memes are good. Fuck.
So I'm closing this one off. Let's see here. Yeah, Mike. Alas, the dream is dead. It's much sadness. So hopefully folks enjoyed. Like I said, for the most part, I got a little quiet at the end because I apologize. I was kind of getting distracted because I was watching some silly hobby drama on the side. I was informed there was some that I may be entertained by, and I was kind of trying to resist the urge to $1 Million Man cackle to myself.
What happened?
Floating Head and Cage Lawyer got into a little lover spat.
Nice.
I was like, I'm kind of enjoying where this is going. I did not know what the subtext of it was, and I was like, so apparently it all played out on Instagram. Well, it played out on his show initially, and then Instagram. I'll give the short version. So basically, Jay Lee was doing one of his panel shows on Saturday, the highly original concept that no one's ever done before. So anyway, so he's got his thing. He was doing a whole bitch session about PSA changing its standards and complaining about this, that, and the other thing, and representing the collector as he always does. So anyway, so he does that. And Cage Lawyer said, "But aren't you affiliated with Tag? So shouldn't you disclose the affiliation with Tag, before you go lambasting, one of the competitors in space?" And of course, Jeremy took it in the constructive and calm manner of a man of peace.
Like he always does.
Yeah. So he went off he went off about him being a troll and a shill. And I'm just sitting there like, yep, sounds about right. Yep. That's about it's like you took it from here to here. You're the host. You took it from here to here all by yourself. So now you've got the you got the Jay Lee fanboys arguing with the Cage Lawyer fanboys. And it's like you're just jealous. And then Jeremy came up with a whole statement about how Cage Lawyer is jealous of him. And I was like, Paul, my response. This is can I visualize my response to that whole thing? I read it and I was like, nope. Nope. Oh, it was way too good. I was like, damn it. Damn. Oh. It's a good thing you're a man of peace. Yes, I am indeed a man of peace.
There's a couple at the National that whenever they walk anywhere, someone asks. The couple times that I saw him, nobody was be like, "Hey, Jeremy." No one's. Maybe that happened when I wasn't around, but the 2 or 3 times when I walked past him, nobody cared.
Yep. Go Giants, go. There you go. I'm concerned about Jeremy Lee's blood pressure. It's understandable.
I'm not saying that anyone recognized me, but I mean, he thinks he's here and he's like here.
Yeah, it's something special. Infinite rage. That's right. Always infinite rage. Did you at least have the popcorn meme? Listen, man, I'm not getting involved. I was amused. I was entertained. I loved it. It's been a while since some good old fashioned FH drama. Yeah. So I can show you guys real quick. Let me go here. If I could just filter through the miscellaneous trash.
All those. Speaking of thinking that they're here and they're actually here, that's probably the tag grading numbers for their whole history.
It's pretty bad. Okay, so I'll read this because it is a mini book. So I'll read it real quick here. So this is the response, and I'll see if I can play the clip if I can. It'll allow me to. So anyway, so I paused it here so I can read it. Like I said, it's literally a small book. So if my investment in Tag. So remember, the question was, you're affiliated with Tag, and you're doing this whole discussion here. So anyway, if my investment in Tag, an assumption that my audience knew about my investment in Tag, in brackets, which I recognize wasn't sufficient, is enough to overshadow the topic of the discussion yesterday, then Cage, who is a shill for and gets paid by Arena Club, another grading company who competes more directly with Tag, well, at least you know your level, is hence guilty of the exact thing he's calling me out for. And Cage is paid by Arena Club. I make zero money from Tag. Neither does anybody else. Also consider that that was my commentary, by the way, not his.
Wait, you said
Also
doesn't get paid by him, but wasn't he?
He's an investor. He's an investor.
Oh, okay. I thought
If he's saying he doesn't make any money from Tag, he's basically saying they haven't made any money and he hasn't got any money back, which could be true.
that's probably.
I can see that.
Yeah, they don't have anyone submitting there, so they don't have any revenue to pay anybody.
Yeah.
So okay,
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Yep. Also consider that I have more invested in PSA than Tag, so if my comments aren't taken face value, that's fine. But those that know me and watch my content know that all my comments yesterday were not driven whatsoever by my investment in Tag, and see through Cage's jealousy and trollish behavior. And if anyone in the post wants to ask me anything or test me for honesty, hit me up. I have nothing to hide, unlike Cage, who takes money from a grading company that actually competes with Tag. So one thing I'll
I will trade this empty used coffee cup that is paper for Tag. I only want the assets and not the debts.
wow.
That is my offer.
Yeah. So here, I'm not shitting on Cage, but isn't he affiliated with the Marine Club? So that was included in the statement here. But the thing is, so let me see if I can play the clip. Can I play this clip? Will it work for me?
Oh, and I have this for Arena Club as well.
Excellent. Excellent.
One candy bar. One.
Yeah. Let's see.
Which means I can also fire all the influencers that they use because, quite frankly, they all suck.
Bob here says jealous and trollish behavior reminds me of Anakin screaming at Obi-Wan. It's pretty bad. Jeremy doesn't know how to handle criticism at all. No, he does not. So just to be clear, okay, I want to play the clip, but then look, no, everyone who watches my channel knows that I am no fan of the floating head. I've had words to say about him over time, and hilarious words, many hilarious words. However, I am going to we'll use this as a teachable moment, but I'll quickly explain here. So let me see if I can get this to work. I think it should be able to. If I do the Chrome tab, yes, I think I can do right here. So this is Cage. Cage actually took a clip from the episode where this goes in, and he posted it on his Instagram. So okay, let me get rid of play the sound here. Let's see if this works.
I'm gonna address one comment. Cage is trolling. He says, "Call me a troll." Well, you are a troll with this one. Cage. You're often a troll, Cage, but this is trolly. If you can't tell, Cage, that this has nothing to do with my.
Okay, I'm gonna read the comment because he doesn't actually get to the comment. It says, "Call me a troll, but this anger hits different knowing your Tag relationship. Would you have as much venom, if not for that relationship?" So that was the comment left in there. And now let's listen to the host of the show. Paul, as you well know, as a man of peace, it is my job as a host to be a man of peace. So here is him responding to this comment. By the way, you could just time out somebody in the chat if you want to, or just block them. But he wants to address the comment. So let's listen to the calm and reasoned words of the host in this comment. Here we go.
Investment in Tag, then you're just not as smart as you should be if you hold the legal. If you're a professional lawyer,
Come on, Cage.
Yes, I would especially. This has nothing to do with that, Cage. You are a freaking troll, buddy. Like that's. That's not right. He's actually trying to wind me up because he must.
And it worked. It worked so well. Like it could not have worked anymore if he tried. Yes, correct. That is the point of trolling. Yes.
Because he's obviously not calm about the situation because he's got the emotional maturity of a 3-year-old.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Must be in PSA's back pocket. That's it's really as simple as that.
A very calmed and reasoned response from Hubby Goat, Jeremy Lee.
Yeah. I mean, I stopped watching when I realized that all he had was he reads the chat and that's it. He doesn't add anything of his own because
He's actually been caught with that a couple of times. He'll put something he'll put something on the screen that he shouldn't have put on the screen. So you got to pre-read the comments, my man. You got to pre-read them as best you can. I understand, but you got to do your best to pre-read them. Hold on, I really ticked him off with the comment. I lost all respect I had for him after his reaction. Yeah, he goes from 0 to 60 very quick. Look, again, as much as fun as I have, and I do, Lord knows I do. No, it was an overreaction to the comment. You could have just said, yes, I'm affiliated, and no, my thing is, this is my opinion on this issue. That's it. That's your response. That's all you got to do. And then if he still bugs, then just send him to another realm. Just block him. But again, you're the one hosting the show, not me. You've got 457 sponsors across the top of the screen. So, and let me see here. I'm just looking at the screenshot for it right now. Holy crap! He's got so many freaking sponsors across the top of the screen. I don't even think Tag's on there anymore. REA, Sports Card Expo, Slab Sharks, Fanatics, Upper Deck, Mint, Just Collect, Layton's, GPS Sports, Fund Your Cards, 90s Auctions, Card Ladder, MC Sports, The National, something else I can't read, and then another one. Looks like Tag isn't even at the top of the screen anymore. Actually, I would still have it on the screen somewhere there, but anyway, fine, sure. Will says, I always enjoy Potts calling kettles black publicly. Not the best look. Yeah, dude, look. Even if you even if you think Cage was trolling, which he kind of was, that's not how you respond to it. You look. You're the old man on that screen right there for the most part. You're the one who has to take control. It's your chat. You take control of it. If it's a topic that you don't want to talk about, you certainly can, but just include the top, off the top, I'm invested in this company, but here's my opinion on the thing. And then continue from there. It's 4 seconds. Doesn't take long. Let's see. I hate you, pal. It's not that hard at all to wind him up. No, it's not. He snapped in 3 seconds, probably 2.5. I came back, saved the best for last. Listen, man, I got a message to say, hey, did you hear about this? And I was like, I did not. And then I looked at it. So that's why in the last section, Paul, in the last section of the game, when it was well out of hand, suddenly I was looking out for the screen. I'm like, what the hell is this? All right. Sure.
I'm a fan of the meaningless hobby drama.
We always have that. Cage is a point, but I think Jeremy is a bunch of PSA slabs and was legit annoyed about the lack of communication, which is fine. That's what I'm saying. By the way, that could have been the answer. You go, hey, look, yes, I work with Tag, but I have a ton of PSA slabs, so this annoys me, and I would like it to be better. That's a valid response. You can give that response. That's fine. That's okay. Do thinks he knows everything about everything. Challenge him a chance to overreact and lash out. Go ahead.
I better disclose that that I've been a Blackstone shareholder since about 2014. I own CSG. Ooh, the 0.01% that they are the portfolio there. Make sure to get that out there.
Yep. It's not trolling at all to ask what the guy asked. Yeah, I think he's allowed to have the question. He's allowed to have the question. There's a better way to answer it. Yeah, your boy Mike Petty laughing it up. Yeah, he's a special one there. Special one, Will. Special one. Speaking, it's like, honestly, you could argue there was a troll on the screen. Anyway, sign of intelligence, Carlos. So people just read slowly. You can read slowly, but don't put it on the screen first. Read it on the side of the screen. I posted about 24 Nat Turner insults, but none were read because he's probably trying to get him on the show. Yeah, we'll see. Jay Lee was wound up from the beginning. Not sure why this PSA issue bugged him so much. I don't know. I can tell you.
That's right. Go screw yourself, San Diego.
He needs to preface comments. Regarding competitors when he invests in tech. Yeah. Well, look, in all seriousness, 5% more serious for a second. Whenever we do a grading topic, and Brad's on, for example, like he used to be a bulk submitter with PSA under PSA Canada, but now the PSA Canada is actually one of the companies under collectors. So when Brad is discussing PSA stuff, he is actually a collector's employee. So that's one approach. When Bobbles was on and we talked about SGC, he wasn't under SGC, but he was an SGC bulk submitter. So when he's talking about that, we'd always lead off and say, he's an SGC bulk submitter. He works under collectors, under PSA. Eric owns Beckett. Like we have to get all the disclosures. We got a point. And Paul, I went out of my way to make sure everything was disclosed to the best of our ability. Went out of my way. Mike says, we all know grading has changed over the last few years and it's gotten much harder to get higher grades. The latest announcement just formalized what we already knew. And one other thing I'll add, look, I know the whole thing about quote unquote changing the written standards. Just one important note that I think is important. If you want to say it should have been announced more clearly so that everybody sees it, I agree. I think that's fair. But important thing here, I think it's critical that people remember that the wording, or the original wording, was 60-40 or better. If you're a grader, you have the discretion. You can say, you know what, I know it's 60-40, man, but I just don't feel like I think this is a borderline case. I'm a no. You can be like 60-40 and I'm like, no, I'm making it a 9. You have that ability. You can say it was within the tolerance, but you can say an edge looked a little off or whatever. So the point is, if there's some flaw or something on there that you don't think makes it appropriate for 10, as the grader, you could still make that call. Yeah. So somebody could have said, you know what, I'm not giving a 60-40 a 10. I don't care. And they were allowed to do that. It said 60-40 or better. That was like the absolute maximum limit. But you as the grader could have said, like, I can't accept that. I'm not going to accept a 60-40. And to me, it's not a 10.
Yeah. As someone who submits a lot of threes in, this obsession with the 10 on ultra modern stuff is just, it's nuts.
I just think, look, the reason why I said to me it's not as big a deal to me is that if you're a vintage collector, you're probably not collecting 10s, so it doesn't affect you at all. Like, it literally doesn't affect you. So if you're a person who's collecting 4s, 5s, and whatever's, nothing has changed for you at all. Yeah. And if you are an ultra modern collector collecting, if you're looking at something at 60-40, you know you're right at the borderline. You know you're right up against that limit. Why would you then be concerned about it? If you're looking at a card and it is 50-50 dead square centered and it says 10, you're fine. Nothing has changed for you. So, but if it's way off, it's at the absolute limit. Okay, it's probably a 9.
And as much as we bitch about the quality control, they have went up over the years where making it harder actually helps you. Over the long haul, it actually helps because I want to know that this is actually a 10 and not just like, oh, well, it's snuck in. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I say. I
fake 10s.
Yeah. My bottom line, though, is I think the communication part is the best argument you could make. And I don't disagree with it. I get that part. Everything else is like, dude, who cares? Like, in the grand scheme of things, that's very minor, but you should have communicated better. Yes, I agree with that part. But the rest of it is like, I don't think, I think that's a little different in that conversation. So Bob Jackson, so the standards changed. So the standards themselves, the written standards changed. And I think they did clarify it a little bit, but they did change the written standard because in the written standard, you had 60-40 before. But again, if some graders were not accepting the 60-40 and giving 9s away before, they're still going to be giving away 9s for that. Which by the way, they're entitled to do if they wish. Because again, the phrasing was 60-40 or better. You don't have to go to the 60-40. You don't have to agree with that and accept it. You could say, like, I'm not okay with that. Bubbles, good evening. Says, full disclosure, my wife is typing my comments in her birthday suit. Do what you got to do, Bubbles. Do what you got to do.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Grading is still subjective. It is. It is. Great news, employees. We're laying you off, but we made it official a few weeks ago. I think this is basically, wasn't this the entire ending of Office Space? Office Space was built on this. Hertz was named the MVP, Paul. 99 cents. Let's go.
He's got a $1.50. I might have to.
Big spender. Big spender.
What is the cheapest one?
See here. Bob Jackson says someone did the math on top Series 1 baseball print runs. I heard about that. I was trying to figure out. I was trying to get which total 75. I was trying to figure out which number was correct because I was hearing one number. It was like, is it over the entire print run or what are we talking about? Yeah. So 2020, 358,690. Yep. All right. You keep going. By the way, I won the Chosen Rosen. My favorite part about it, the reason why I wanted it, it's a leaf metal draft, so it's not even like a whatever license card. The reason I wanted it was because it made me laugh that it was already in the SGC holder. So when I show you the final price with the juice, remember it's already in the holder, so someone paid to have this graded.
Was
Paul,
this on
check it
eBay or
This is on Fanatics. Check it out. With the buyer's premium, $8.40. You can't even grade that cheap. Yeah.
also the other thing that just makes me laugh with that is that somebody graded it recently. That's what
That is the
just makes
purple wave out of 15, y'all. Purple wave out of 15.
Like-
Grade 10.
like there's just like so many PSA 4s, 5s, and 6s that I see in Fanatics weekly that I'm just like, this is a recent serial number, and you sent in like a 90s base card. I'm like, this isn't even worth shipping. If it were free.
I love it. Go for the rainbow. Settle down, Josh. Settle down. I just wanted to find something on Fanatics Collect this week. It just made me happy that I won something Fanatics Collect this week. I was like, yes, Jules and Rosen.
What was the number on that? Was that 1 of 1?
I was out of 15. If it was the 1-1, it would be even better, but so it's out of 15. It's the purple wave. Purple wave. So it's a 9.5 with a 10 grade score. Primo. Love it. Alas, nothing. No other great success in the grading today. Not so much. But yeah, my favorite part, like I said, was that statement, Jay Lee's statement, and then the comment from Cage led to, I do not exaggerate, 30 Instagram stories from Jay Lee screenshotting everyone in creation that messaged him agreeing with him. Anyone who sent him a message saying, "You're right, Cage sucks," he screenshotted them all and made them an Instagram story.
Do you know what your first mistake was? Or no?
For the
Your
comedy,
first
I think
mistake was following him in the first place.
I didn't
your
follow
first-
him.
That was your first mistake.
I don't follow him. I just went and
Oh,
I
you
just typed in.
found him? Okay,
I just
fair
typed in the search. Yeah, I just typed in the search.
All right.
I know what his Instagram handle is, so it's not like I have to work that hard.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no. I'm not contributing towards those numbers. He already has enough sponsors. He doesn't need my help. But you better believe if he's going to start a beef over this, then I'm reading it and getting a good hearty laugh at this. You better believe that.
I was going to say, we don't need sponsors. We don't need somebody taking away Eric's like button money.
I'll still think of sponsors, Paul. But let's be honest. Like, if there's enough money in it for it, yeah, like I've already said, I will sell out so hard. It's not even a question. The difference is, though, I will take it in stride and just be like, yeah, they are paying me. And now, as I was saying, continue forward. Bubbozo, Jeremy Lee versus Cage, beef of the year 2025. Only in a Thunderdome. I want it.
This is Cage in a steel cage.
That's what I'm saying. I want this. I want this in Thunderdome.
I want blood. I want the tax.
Mm-hmm.
I want chairs. Bring it on.
Ladders and tables. Brendan Ryan says,
No,
universal grading scale standard. Absolutely not. I disagree, Brendan Ryan. I want the opposite. I want every single company going forward to have their own independent scale. And then I want the scale to change depending on the day of the week. It's a moving target. You can only get it on that certain day. And that's it. So in response to your first mistake, giving a shit what Jay Lee has to say, I don't, but for comedy purposes, I enjoyed it. Carl says, for a brief moment tonight, I thought, great, maybe the Eagles can break Atlanta's Super Bowl record. It would have been funny. It would have been hilariously funny. He's a cave of comedy. Yes. 2 collector enter, 1 collector leaves. I want the retro blue steel cage, though. Maybe. That'd be awesome. Classic steel cage. We're also in a cage full of broken slabs. Damn!
But yeah, I don't want them to have the tables. I don't want to give them any sort of a cushion on the way down. No
Fair.
cushion.
I think I like this idea though from Bob Boozle. A cage of broken slabs. What if instead of tacks, they're broken pieces of slabs? That shit's sharp, man.
I can
That
get
shit's
behind that.
sharp. That'll hurt like hell.
I can get behind that.
When we get
And
the
there's a
CGS.
and you have a non-zero shot at being Bob Hollied.
I agree with this. Carlos grading system. I'm working on it, man. Brandon Ryan says status quo. No, Brandon Ryan. It is not nearly chaotic enough. I think you should get 9 minuses. That's what I want. You know what? -10. Fuck you. That's your score. A Punjabi prison match. Nobody needs that. Tag slabs or arena club slabs? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. They could probably find a BGS slab to slam some of their. So instead of a table, Paul, it's a BGS slab, one of the big ones. That's the table. You can probably get one big enough. It's got a really tiny card in the middle of it, and it's just big enough to be a whole table.
Oh, no. He slammed him on the slab. Oh, no, they broke the slab. Oh, no, it's metal on the inside. Ah!
Yep. So what happens? One person got seriously hurt on the inner sleeve. Ah, the inner sleeve. No. I knew this would all come together. Fractional subgrades. Maybe.
Taz is
You see,
sitting
y'all?
there. Taz is sitting there like, well, he got him not nearly in the middle, but not nearly on the outside. That's the spot you want, right there.
Yep. I like it. That's what they put that Tops 40 auto booklet in. It's a booklet unfurled, 6 feet long. That's right. It's time for our PSA missed ref call to the week segment. See, look, the Super Bowl's over. We're getting the best. We're getting the best material right now. We're getting the best comments. This is pretty good. Well played, y'all. Well played. All right.
I have to hop off. I gotta hit the hay here in 10 minutes.
Yep.
I
Well, I'm
can
about
pick up
to. I'm going to start winding her down now because I want to go get a snack. But hopefully everybody enjoyed. Not a great game, unfortunately. Nothing we can do about that. We did our best to at least try to have some fun with this because it didn't go anywhere. I wasn't a big fan. Look, the most exciting part of the night was the random hobby beef that I didn't even know was a thing. I had no idea. And then it fell into our laps, and we ended up having a visual of now we've got a wrestling gimmick match involving broken slabs, and I've just envisioned the greatest table made out of a BGS slab, which would be hilarious. Woo.
And they break
Good
the
night.
table and Bob Holly themselves. And if you don't get that reference, just look it up.
Yep.
Just look up
Our
Bob Holly table and ouch.
Yep. Maybe they can do a tag match with mystery partners. Maybe. Like PSA will ghost you all, probably until Friday. Valid. And by the way, for the record, Paul, 20 viewers, the peak of the night. All it took was broken slabs, ridiculous hobby drama, and gimmick matches involving broken slabs. I dig it. I do want to thank Yin Stock Singer for $1.99 super chat. Go Giants, go. That was the thing. It happened. So what are you going to do? All right, folks. Thanks very much. Paul, thank you for joining in and appreciate it. Like I said, the game wasn't great, but it is what it is. So that's it for the watch alongs for this year. Probably be back. I'll bring it back next year. When we get to the playoffs again, I'll bring it back. It was fun. But yeah, you got a long time until the next season starts. Hockey season's still going, so you can enjoy the hockeys. So that's still going on. And then baseball will be on in a little bit, but it's still going to be a little bit. I don't even care about spring training. I'm not going to pay attention to it until we get to April anyway. April will be the next nice sports window where we start getting some fun stuff again. But in the meantime, do what you got to do. You figure it out. Doink the Clown. Listen, as long as he's got the gimmicks, I like it. But anyway, all right. So regular podcast episode will be on this week. We'll let Eric comment on the gigantic table-sized BGS slab because I think that's the thing that needs to happen. Now we need it in our lives. And by the way, Paul, I'm giving a forewarning. The silly card of the week, I've got a football card. But I've got a good one. I've got a classic football card. More will be revealed on the silly card of the week. That will be my selection. I've got a classic football card that I think is very appropriate for silly card of the week, and it's coming. And in addition to that, Friday live stream will be on as well.
Can I ask what the decade is?
60s.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like 73 Norm Boulash is pretty good. 60s.
You got to think about it. You take some time and think about it. I'm not giving any more hints, but you take some time and think about it. You've still got a couple of days, so it won't come up yet. So does this Super Bowl result debunk all the conspiracy theories? No. The referees rigged it in favor of the Eagles. I knew it.
Like,
They changed the refs. Broken slabs, broken promises. True.
tell me this guy didn't just shit himself like 5 seconds ago.
I think it's a valid selection. And Eagles, no less. How thematically appropriate. Mm-hmm. Not if the Chiefs win the next two. Exactly. Now we've got a chance to have a new conspiracy. We'll see what happens. It is what it is. But look on the upside. If Mahomes is to have his GOAT conversation journey, he has to lose to an Eagles quarterback that we question. The spirit of Nick Foles lives. Because again, I'm not completely convinced about Jalen Hurts. I think he's all right. And this performance wasn't exactly Nick Folesian. Because in that Super Bowl, Nick Foles actually had a pretty good stat line. Go check out the stat line in that Super Bowl against the Eagles. Tom Brady put up a crazy stat line. I think that's when he had 500 yards passing in that game. But Nick Foles had a really good stat line in that game too. Like he actually threw quite well, I would say. Bet on Lamar. Ooh, bold statement. Somewhere Bobbles is going to get you. He's going to get you. This was not the script I read. I know Bob Boozle. We've all been bamboozled is what happened here. Anyway, all right, folks, have yourself a good one. Friday live stream will be back on as normal and will be even more ridiculous because now we've got some hobby drama. We'll see. Will these kids keep it up all the way to Friday? Who knows? But I'm glad we at least got to cover it, at least part of it. We'll see if they can keep that energy into the rest of the week. Anyway, have yourselves a good night. Take it easy. Enjoy your next week.